America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Great to be with you. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon in Elmont, New York. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Tremendous card ahead on this Memorial Day weekend. Of course, don't forget, everyone will be back with you tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I know. Great weekend, incredible weather, good racing going on, some fascinating wide open races today, and of course New York Bred's running tomorrow.
Yeah, we look forward to that. Today, later in the 7th, going to see a few. This is a very competitive mile and an eighth allowance optional claiming field. And Galt among the contenders, even though it's just 5 lining up, you could make a case for 3 or 4 of them in here. Galt for Bill Mountsource, who was on the Triple Crown Trail last year and maybe starting to get back to his best.
And is a foal to one of your all-time favorite horses, Songbird. He really has been improving lately, and I think it's fair to say both he and Tonal Impact were compromised by Uncle Moonlight being able to control the race in front here in the wet track. I think it really worked in his favor. The thing I like about Galt more than Tonal Impact, who has been in good form and could certainly win, is that Galt has more natural speed. He can put himself in the race more, whereas Tonal Impact is sort of a grinding type that's better off sitting back and making that one run, though maybe if it's a faster pace, the wets will help Tonal Impact. Wide open race.
Curbstone, you think he's the one to beat?
No, I think Galt is the one to beat.
Okay.
You know, Curbstone, Maggie and I were discussing this a little bit earlier, is a horse that seems to do better in the 2-turn races. And one of the reasons for that is that he has natural speed that puts him in the game. Whereas the 1-turn races, the paces sometimes heat up and they get a little bit faster. And that might work against him because he's a more forwardly placed horse. But under no circumstances is he not a contender.
Look forward to that. That's the 7th on the card, 4:08 Eastern time. We got a good one later today at Churchill Downs as well. On the dirt, 6-furlong sprint for 3-year-olds. And as you look at the field that will line up, Deer District for the red-hot Dale Romans. He's been having a terrific meet in Louisville. Let's check in for more on this race and the entire card coming up. What to expect on this Sunday afternoon from Paul LaDuca.
Good Sunday afternoon to you as well, Greg and Andy. Yeah, good 9-race card here. Got like about 3 races on the turf. It's actually a little bit chilly in the low 60s, and it's actually windy. Now, the rain is a little bit in and out. The track is fast. The turf is firm. The rails are out 10 feet. And when you come to race number 7, a nice little 7-pack of 3-year-old colts in there. And you're right, Deer District and Dale Romans Barnes has been hot, and this is a horse that's going to make his 2nd start of the meet. We've seen a couple of these horses come back from having good starts at the meet, come back and run well again. So I would think Deer District will probably be your favorite in that race. There's a lot of horses coming in from Oaklawn Park, and like we've been talking about since we've been here, it's going to be our 18th day since, you know, Churchill Downs opened, and the Oaklawn Park horses just haven't really run up to their potential. But that will be a key race to find out, because there's some good sprinters coming from Oaklawn Park. And Greg, in race number 5, Pumpkin Scone on the outside, a $1.2 million purchase for Brad Cox and Spendthrift Farm. Maybe a 3-year-old filly, some kind of superstar you want to look at, or a horse in the future.
The dam of Paul, who he's mentioning, the $1.25 million horse, Embellish the Lace, won the Alabama for trainer Tony Dutrow and Javier Castellano.
Big pedigree there, and maybe big things to come. We'll keep our eyes on how that one does. Let's take a look at today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. So we'll bring you all of it from both Belmont and Churchill, fast and firm at both racetracks. And we're about 25 minutes away from our opener here in New York. You can play all the action, of course, by getting signed up, started with Nara Bets. New members get a $25 free play on the Belmont Stakes and a $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code right there, Belmont25. So punch that in for new members. Get those offers at NaraBets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Mage did not keep that Triple Crown dream alive in the Preakness. What about the runner-up in the Derby? What is next for Two Phils, who for a moment, early stretch, looked like he might be winning that run for the Roses? We'll tell you where he is headed when we come back after this short timeout.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. The leading turf sire of 2022 by stakes winners and stakes performers. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back at America's Day at the Races on our FS1 coverage. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Two Phils, we talked about going to break, ran a sensational race in the Kentucky Derby, had that big prep on synthetic that win, but he showed he's a dirt horse as well. Had a couple of options for where he was headed next. Was thinking Matt Winter Ohio Derby, and after work this morning at Hawthorne, they have chosen the Ohio Derby June 24th for his next start, trying to get him a bridge to a couple of big targets this summer in the Haskell and Travers.
So you're saying the Ohio Derby is not the natural progressive step for the horse that runs the best race in the Kentucky Derby, or are they setting a new trend here with him? We'll see. He's obviously a very, very good horse, and I'll tell you something. With Mage not winning the Preakness, and obviously Forte's still in the conversation as well, and we'll see who does in the Belmont, but it's fair to say it's wide open for who the leaders are of this 3-year-old division, and I think Two Phils absolutely belongs in that conversation. I don't know that winning the Ohio Derby is going to do anything to enhance that, but if it's the right stepping stone to get to the Haskell and Travers, and he can be effective in one or both of those races, he could very easily be the leading 3-year-old this year. He was very good in the Derby.
Worked at Hawthorne, 5 furlongs, 59-4 move for trainer Larry Rivelli. And so Ohio Derby grade 3 leaves open some room for people to question, because he ran so good in the Kentucky Derby. Why not go in the big one, in the the spotlight in the Belmont Stakes?
Right. I mean, obviously the way he ran the Derby and the way the Preakness was run, if he ran the race, he ran the Derby and the Preakness, he would have won that race by open lengths. Now, Larry Rivelli clearly felt he was not ready to run back in that race. Why he wouldn't go in the Belmont, a race that is very friendly to horses that are forwardly placed. It is not a long race that helps closers. It's his decision. He's going there. I hope it works out for him. I'm a big fan of this horse. Are you thinking of heading to Cleveland to go to Thistledown? I've never been to Cleveland. Might be time that you and I take a trip.
That'd be a fun road trip.
It would be. We go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah, we do the show live from there.
yeah,
Churchill Downs Post Parade, 20 claiming race at 7/8. Here's Stanley Market at 2-1, making it her 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, and she has a voided claim back at Oaklawn back in December, which bothers me a little bit, but she did run fast enough that day to be effective here, and she's the speed.
7-year-old mare here, Stop Shopping Amy.
7 furlongs, a little bit of a question for a horse that primarily runs shorter distances, and she has some figs, though, that make her a player as well.
Lots of research. She just went 1 mile and 3/8 on the grass last start.
Right. She seems to be a horse that's better on synthetic and turf than she is on the dirt.
Duplicitous, the 4, another one going turf to dirt.
I do like the name here, and this is another horse that most of the faster races are on the turf, though there are some dirt races that give her a chance.
Last time, well, I should say only time at Churchill for Miss Moon Pie, who we'll see next to 6. She won at Churchill, won against 10,000 non-winners at 2.
She did, but the figures weren't really good enough, and overall, I think she's probably a cut below these.
And trying to make it 3 in a row. Owens Pleasure won the race to end last year, won her debut in April of this year.
You really want to take her as the favorite off a big fig at FanDuel that's considerably FanDuel, what is that? That's what it's called, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It just, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Are you surprised she's favored? I thought the 1 who looks like the speed would be the favorite in this race, and I thought she was pace compromised, and I didn't trust her. I prefer Stanley Market.
Even if she was going to be favored, not 9-5, way too short. Let's get Paulie's take here as we get set for this opener coming up at Churchill. Paul.
Well, you know, guys, I think the money's coming in for this horse because of, you know, Ralph Martinez and Jareth Loveberry. If you look to the right of the race form, they're 5 for 7 so far this year at 57%. So wherever they're shipping horses, they are doing well. Ralph Martinez is an old Chicago trainer. He actually trained at Hoosier Park when Hoosier Park actually had thoroughbreds, and he was the leading trainer there. So he's a high percentage trainer who now has a limited amount of horses in his barn. So when they get bet and Jareth gets aboard, they have just been winning. I mean, 5 out of 7, and with an ROI of 2.49. So they're not like they're big long shots. So they're getting bet. So I think that's what's going on here. Yeah, Fairmount, the old Fairmount Park FanDuel, and the horse before that won at Hawthorne on the mud and was voided claim, and the horse was in for 8,500, and this is 20,000, and there's a lot of horses in here that are dropping a lot lower than this, and this horse is raising up in class. And when I look at that, I look at Duplicitous, the 4. I don't understand why this horse is 6-1 in this field. I guess that's kind of the price. She hasn't done much in a lot of her races. Her one dirt race was okay here at Churchill on September 18th of 2022. It's just hard to see, what she's going to do on a dry racetrack, but I think you could take the gamble at 7-1. I'm in complete agreement with Andy. The 1's going to be the horse to catch in here by far. I just think, especially with Martin Garcia, you kind of know what you're going to get with Martin, and I think you're going to go to the lead here. It's just going to be his fitness going to be there. This horse was in for 20. Randy could have dropped this horse down for 10, and the horse got voided claim, and maybe he's thinking, you know what, I got her right. Let's put her back in for 20. This fitness is going to be an issue with her. And then the 2, I can't get a read on the 2 and the 3. The 2's just... The 2 wins were okay at FanDuel and at Hawthorne, but, the horse has never raced here, like you were mentioning, Greg. 0 for 3 this year. In and out, 4 to 5 last time, and was 4 out of 5. That worries me a little bit. Maybe this horse will bounce back. And then the 3, just, I can't take those 2 races on the dirt. They're just awful to me. So, oh, gosh. If I had to make a pick in here, the way the 7's getting bet, I understand. They're sort of saying they knew. The ones the horse get, is good horses, the one to be caught in here. But I'm going to stick with the 4, Duplicitous, on the drop. I think that's a good price on a horse that's got a shot to win this race. With a lot of horses in here, the fillies and mares that are suspect.
All right, Paulie, we'll see what happens here in a race that will begin this early pick 5 on the Sunday card here at Churchill. 2-1 favoritism, still on Owens Pleasure outside, and yet there's a lot in here with form that's tough to trust.
I agree. That's sort of the theme of the race, how much you trust him. I mean, I like Stanley Mark and the concept he's the speed, but I'll tell you something else. Randy Morse, he had a tremendous Oaklawn. His horses were really running there. He had horses coming off long layoffs. He had a couple Archie breds who were terrific. And it's hard, and we talked about running at Oaklawn all winter. Coming to Churchill Downs, those horses, can they run as well? Now, this one, maybe he will benefit from a break. Maybe it's to his, his credit he's been off, and that'll help him, or help her a little bit, I say her. But on the other hand, is she going to bring that form? Why was the claim voided, et cetera, et cetera? Is Randy Morse going to do as well at Churchill as he did at Oaklawn? It's almost impossible for him to, because he ran so well at Oaklawn. Are those horses going to come here and run as well?
And obviously, congrats to Randy Morse. Career achievement for him, winning that Black-Eyed Susan.
Yeah.
With Tax.
They claimed for $50,000.
Yeah.
Tremendous claim. Yeah, no, she's a nice horse. She's a very nice horse, and she ran well in there. I was also happy, obviously, Tom Amos's horse finally ran well for him, and she'll be coming for the Acorn, which will be on Belmont Stakes weekend. Yeah, I think that's on Friday this year. We moved a lot of those Philly races to Friday.
Great to see these trainers who have been around for. Randy Morse been around for a long, long time, and that's a big win for him to get.
It's a huge win, absolutely, and especially a horse that was claimed for $50,000 to win a race like that. And she ran very well, and she'd run well behind Wet Paint in her prior start. I don't know how she was 11-1 in there, to be honest with you.
Talk about a division that is completely wide open. 3-year-old fillies.
Right. I mean, obviously, Pretty Mischievous is the leader now on the basis of winning the Oaks, but I don't think anybody is anointing her a champion yet. And we'll be seeing her in the Acorn as well. So that's going to be a heck of a race on what's going to be just an amazing weekend of racing. And, of course, the big one on Fox.
Ready, that of course the Belmont Stakes, third and final leg of the Triple Crown. We'll talk about the field that's expected to line up for that a little bit later on in the program. Opener from Churchill, start of this pick 5. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And Owen's Pleasure breaks in stride and is quickly looking for the lead. Duplicitous with some early speed as well as they race up the chute, and Stanley Market comes through toward the inside, and Stop Shopping Amy is right up there too. And now she comes on through to put a nose in front, and with that, Stanley Market comes right back. So it is Stanley Market joined by Stop Shopping Amy in second. Another length back, Duplicitous away third. Owen's Pleasure, after that sharp start, is fourth on the outside. Le Tourist advances down toward the rail fifth, and the early trailer is Miss Moon Pie. 4 furlongs to go. Moderate opening quarter in 23 seconds flat. Stop Shopping Amy goes head-to-head with Stanley Market. These two round the turn together. Owen's Pleasure's just in behind third, a length behind, nudged up now. Miss Moon Pie's rallying. Miss Moon Pie comes up on the far outside. Duplicitous is down toward the rail, and the Tourist is at the back. Here's the quarter pole. Stanley Market and Stop Shopping Amy. Owen's Pleasure 3 wide off the turn. Le Tourist is in behind. Miss Moon Pie is there. 1 furlong to go. Stacked across. Owen's Pleasure, Stop Shopping Amy, Stanley Market, and La Tourista continues to close. La Tourista is up for the lead. Owen's Pleasure fights with that one down to these two, and now it's down to La Tourista. La Tourista, the winner in the end. Owen's Pleasure second. Stop Shopping Amy was third, and Stanley Market was fourth.
La Tourista, whose dirt form was severely lacking, but you knew she's going to be plenty fit.
Yeah, the cutback for a mile and 3/8 on the turf, the 3-turn race, the 1-turn 7-furlong race, did it here. Not a horse I could have had. I mean, she was one of the few horses I completely throw out of this race. Her dirt form, as you said, recently hasn't been good, but the cutback worked, and she got it done. Thought the speeds kind of battled gamely, but they just couldn't hold on for the final furlong, and she was the one, I guess, that wanted the 7 furlongs the most.
I believe 6-1 to kick off this card at Churchill down. Francisco Arrieta for trainer Juan Cano as we get set for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up. New York Breds, maiden special weight, 5-furlong sprint, and some intriguing pedigrees. We have another Vino Rosso, just the 4th Vino Rosso to start. The Wine Steward from the rail. Let's welcome in, as we get set for the pick 5 coming up to kick off this Sunday card here in New York, Acacia Clement. Acacia, how are you?
Hey, Greg, doing great. Beautiful afternoon here at Belmont. And we'll start with the Wine Steward, who I did see over at the OBS March sale, where he worked 10-2. Not the fastest sales breeze, especially given at that OBS March sale, when there were actually 2 horses that worked 9-3 at that sale. A lot of really, really quick works. And yet, this was actually the 3rd highest priced New York bred from the OBS March sale. The highest price being the Airgate, that's the brother to Cave Rock. And then another one one was a Frosted that worked 9 and 4. And then you have this horse who sold for that $340,000. I do wish overall he had a little bit more muscle mass behind, and that's what I felt about him at the 2-year-old sales as well. However, with that work, when he was kind of lugging in a little bit, again, it wasn't the fastest, but you can certainly say that he's come back. He's trained forwardly since over at Churchill Downs at the training center, and then coming in here, he's been ultra professional, especially in a field of all but one who are first-time starters. And he does debut wearing short cup blinkers. Again, with those 2-year-old sales, most of them will breeze with blinkers on, and it just seems like they're kind of keeping the status quo. And especially coming out of the rigors of a 2-year-old sale, the fact that he hasn't missed a beat and seems to have been able to handle everything with his training, I certainly do appreciate that. You have an entry in here. Both for Barry Schwartz and homebreds for him. We'll start with the plain one, Graham, a filly taking on the boys. A couple fillies in here, as Graham is by McLean's Music, and the dam actually won at 2. She was precocious, though she was a little bit better going long, but this one looks like a sprinter. Sometimes early on in the 2-year-old races too, as you have fillies taking on the boys, there won't be too much difference, and this one does look like the filly in here. She's on the smaller side, but she's very fit. She's very athletic looking. I like her starting in this spot, and she's been ultra professional. She's handled everything so far in the paddock here. But also sometimes the fillies are just a little bit more precocious, a little bit more mentally sound at this stage too with these young 2-year-olds. I cannot say that about the 1A El Grande O, who is a colt in here. But this one is a horse that has been screaming every step of the way coming into the paddock. So definitely lacking a little bit of focus. I also think that he'll need a race, as you can probably hear him behind me, need a race as far as fitness is concerned. He's after Grade 2 winner Meal Ticket, who was good on the turf. And the dam has 4 out of the 6 siblings who won. And we'll see if this one can hopefully just get a little bit of experience and hopefully be able to settle mentally moving forward. So Barry Schwartz has the entry, and I just got a text that told me that Graham is what the Schwartz children call Cheryl. So a very affectionate name for the filly for the entry debuting here, Greg.
How about that? Nice info there, Acacia. We get set for a post parade coming up. Odds on the Wine Steward, though, the Mike Maker runner with Irad Ortiz Jr. And this is another Vino Rosso, talking about the 2 who has some pedigree.
Well, the second dam was pretty good. This is a first foal from a dam that didn't do much running. And they paid $340,000 for this horse after what, at least to me, Maggie, and I think Acacia too, was not exactly an incredible workout. Now, maybe the gallop out was good, maybe, but were they looking for a horse to go longer? Vino Rosso, of course, won the Breeders' Cup Classic. And it's sort of interesting that he runs at 5 furlongs first time out. Maggie made a good point, I thought, when we did Talking Horses earlier, that this horse has never missed a beat. They bought the horse in late March, and the horse started working immediately after the sale, which is probably a positive.
Dam, a half to Isotherm.
George Weaver.
Grade 2 winner on the grass, was Grade 1 placed on dirt. And there's the 2, the Wine Steward. That man on the back of this son of Vino Rosso, always his mounts, they get overbet. They take more money than they should, and that's what happens when you're Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, and listen, I thought he had some overbet horses yesterday that won, so maybe they weren't so overbet and kind of won pretty easily in those races. It does feel like there are times, though, that he rides horses that are curiously bet, and that's the problem. I mean, to me, in all likelihood, the winner's probably going to be either one half of the entry or the 2. I don't like entries. I think they're bad value. I guessed with the Wine Steward because of the purchase price, and I feel like there's something they know that I don't know. But you're getting the worst fit with Irad.
Well, and not to say, too, I mean, he's usually on very live horses. It's just you're going to take the worst of it, and the value is going to dissipate with him.
Right.
Here's part of the entry. Here's Graham for Christophe Clement, post 3.
Yeah, the dam herself was not much runner or first foal, but this horse has been working well down in Florida for the Clement barn.
We jump to the 4, Lonchora. Mira Shishakli trains.
Tried the turf last time. Didn't really work that well at the sale. I didn't see anything in the pedigree to suggest this horse can do much running.
Back to the other half of the entry, El Grande O for Linda Rice.
Really trying to confuse us here, Greg. This one is much more of a turf pedigree on the dam side. I'll be interested to see where she ends up.
And back
ends up.
to the one who has the rail. So here's Irad Ortiz Jr. and the Wine Steward, son of the Breeders' Cup Classic winner Vino Rosso.
Yeah, and listen, they paid a lot of money for the horse. The horse has been working consistently. No reason to believe this horse isn't going to be a decent runner.
Here's Cadula debuting for Rudy Rodriguez.
The second dam was pretty good as far as running fast figures, and Rudy's firsters usually have speed, so that's probably a good thing.
Dam, a sister to several multiple winners, including a stakes-winning sprinter. And then here's Swept. The Dam actually started 4 for 4 in her career, was an 8-time winner.
Yeah, now she was a lower-level horse. And one thing that people should remember with Jimmy Chapman, James Chapman, the trainer, you see the horse sold for $6,000. That's what he does. He buys horses very little. Well, he's currently got one of the best 3-year-old sprinters in the country, Drew's Gold, that he bought for $25,000. So do not dismiss his horses because you see low purchase prices. I mean, many of them probably end up not being that good. But he has had his share of successes over the year, including Caller 1.
One of the fastest horses maybe ever. That horse was a rocket ship. Drew's Gold, very exciting 3-year-old who's unbeaten. 4 for 4 right now. We're going to take a timeout. We'll have this opener from Belmont to kick off this Sunday card and this early Pick 5 when we come back.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend in May. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. First race, 1240. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site? Be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races in Elmont, New York. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all. NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NYRABets.com. Get signed up and started just in time for the third and final leg of the Triple Crown. So there is our 3-5 favorite now. The Wine Steward, the son of the Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Vino Rosso, for trainer Mike Maker. And this is the reason why he went for so much money.
I guess. You know, you see a horse that's being ridden, you know, it sort of put under pressure to run, and only runs 10 2/5, and you see the pedigree, and it's not awful, but it's not anything to get that excited about. We don't really know what the Vino Rossos are going to do yet at this point. And then you see the purchase price, and I certainly caught my eye. I don't know. I just usually assume that they're smarter than I am, but that might not be so hard. Acacia, enlighten us.
Stick with the two since you're talking about him. I was going to end this trackside report with the Wine Steward, but I'll start there. I don't think that sales workout was the reason this horse went for so much money. There were much better workouts throughout the sale. I think it was a combination of there are a limited number of New York breds. People look for those, and also freshman sires often really do go for big prices, and Vino Rosso has been one that's been well touted, and I've been really impressed with what I've seen from his progeny so far. I love the warm-up I saw from this horse. He's just done everything right. He has not turned a hair with some horses acting a little bit naughty out there. He's been the ultimate professional, and on top of Isotherm in the pedigree. The dam's also the sister to Giant Game, who was third in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and Geo Game, who was third in the Acorn. So there is some quality in the pedigree, and you have the opportunity to run in these types of New York bred races. Talking about a couple other first-time starters, so go to the outside with the 6, Swept. I'm back in order now, guys. Sorry about that. But Swept, a colt by Laoban, who is the foal to Lauchi, who was stakes place, half to Warsaichi, who was a stakes winner as well. This one's just a little bit of a kind of big and awkwardly put together type of horse. He's also been really sharp. He is debuting wearing short cut blinkers. He tried kind of rearing up, a little bit playful back in the paddock, and then he got a little bit naughty with the pony, and I'm guessing it's by instruction that Jamie Torres kept him with the pony. I wish he had taken him away and let him expel some of that nervous energy. I'm going to take the wait and see approach with him, but I did like what I saw from the number 3, Kadula, a colt by the underrated stallion Mission Impassable. And as Andy mentioned, there is some quality in the second generation as far as winning races. And this horse, another one that's been very professional. And I like to see that. I do think that he could define a little bit more in his barrel, maybe tuck up a touch more. But he warmed up nicely away from the pony. He seemed to handle everything well as a first-time starter. And at 9-1, as far as kind of the quote-unquote other horses, I did like what I saw from him out on the track, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. About to load up. There's those prices from Churchill Downs. How about a 1582 start to the card under the Twin Spires in Louisville?
Good if you had her. I hope you did. I like what Acacia was saying about the New York breds in the sale. That was a very interesting point she made, that there aren't that many New York breds, and people really do want to get the New York breds. So that's a really interesting point. So I appreciate that. I knew she'd have something smarter to say than I did.
Well, it's so many opportunities too to get all those incentives with that New York bred program.
Incredibly desirable. No, that's a fascinating look at it. Yeah.
So draws the rail for the debut with Irad Ortiz Jr. and 1-2 now.
A little tough to take on a first-time starter. When was the last time Mike Maker had a 2-year-old first-time starter at this kind of price in a dirt race? Probably
Maybe never. Yeah.
Right?
See what happens here. A card kicking off with this Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Last in line will be Swept from the outside for Jimmy Chapman with Jaime Torres. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to kick off the card.
Swept the last one to move into line for this opener. And he is in. We're set for the start. They're going 5 furlongs. And they're off. Bit of a hesitant start there for the favorite, number 2, the Wine Steward, who is sitting in 4th right now. Kadula the Gray is down at the rail. Lanchur is on the outside, and Graham is up close. The Wine Steward is racing in 4th, 2.5 lengths from the lead. Then comes Swept, who is next in 5th, and farther back is El Grande O. Kadula leads here by 3/4 of a length. Lanchur is on the outside in second. The quarter went in 23 seconds. Just in behind the front runners, the heavy favorite, the Wine Steward, who is sitting in 3rd. On the outside there is the filly Graham. Then comes Swept and El Grande O. It is Kadula, and here is the Wine Steward coming through now on the inside. And the Wine Steward has taken over the lead from Kadula. The others are far back. It is the Wine Steward opening up here in deep stretch. The Wine Steward romps in his debut. Won by more than 5 lengths. Kadula was second. And El Grande O finished 3rd.
2-5 favorite overcomes. Tough beginning from that inside post. Was dealt a pretty bad hand early on, able to overcome it.
But that's when a rider like Irad Ortiz does the right thing, right? He doesn't panic. He didn't rush up in there. He was just patient. He probably felt confident. He was sitting on a horse with some talent, and he let the others get away. And you could see that he got in the bit pretty quickly, and he was just waiting for a seam. You could say, well, they opened the rail for him. I think he would have won if he got outside of that one as well. And interestingly enough, with the 3, Kadula, there's one thing about Rudy Rodriguez. he has his firsters ready to go, these 2-year-olds. The early 2-year races, they always seem to show speed, and he'll win his share of them. Not saying the horse is going to be some kind of killer, but he had him ready to run first time out in a race, but the Wine Steward lived up to the billing.
And to your point, yeah, Cadula, Trevor McCarthy could have gone to the fence. I don't think it would have mattered what route this horse took.
The turf, the dirt, whatever he tried to do, and we look forward to seeing more from him down the road.
2, 3, 1A, 4, 2-5 favorite, and the second Vino Rosso to win from 4 starters so far. From the former Breeders' Cup Classic winner, the Wine Steward. We'll have the prices when we come back. We'll get into the pick 4 as well. And we'll get back to Churchill Downs. Together again, North America's all-time winningest trainer, Steve Asmussen, and the man who used to exclusively be his guy. Well, they're back together again. Ricardo Santana Jr., they'll team up on Cheleno in race number 2 coming up. We're back at America's Day of the Races on our FS1 coverage on this Sunday afternoon. Thanks for being with us. Underway at both Belmont and Churchill. We're going to move on to race 2 under the Twin Spires out in Louisville, mile and a 16th. 50,000 claiming race, non-winners at 2 lifetime. There's Ricardo Santana Jr. on the 7, as we told you, teaming up with Steve Asmussen, and certainly a contender. That's a big number, 5-1 on Cheleno.
I agree. I thought this horse was a major player in this race.
Post parade kicks off with Princely for Kenny McPeak.
Yeah, hey, maybe it's 2 horses in a row will win off mile and 3/8 races on the turf and dirt races.
Yeah, another one cutting back from that same distance. Palace Malice, 3-year-old with the Belmont on our minds. American Icon will stretch out in distance.
One of the few gun runners that can't seem to run.
Yeah, it's almost more shocking when you find one who doesn't win a lot, right?
I can't believe it.
1 for 16 with American Icon. OP Firecracker. This horse is a winner at Churchill. Actually broke his maiden here back in 2021.
Does run for a tag for the first time, probably because his recent races have been terrible. His last 4 have been awful.
Faced War Campaign, couple starts back. That's a good horse. And an A other than allowance. The 4 Apollo Rising got a win via DQ last start.
Yeah, I don't like horses that are, I call them technical maidens. They've never finished first.
You still got a figure that fits in the mix with this group.
Yeah, no, I agree. He's not out of it. It's only 7-1.
6-5 favorite, Constitutional Law.
You know, I'm a little skeptical. This one ran a big figure off the claim for Norm Casse, but haven't seen him for 3 months. Norm is, not surprisingly, after that huge Oaklawn meet, a little bit cold, a little bit quiet at Churchill Downs. 6-5, not for me.
There's Dog Red. Eddie Keneally just claimed this one off of Robert Medina.
This is who I like in here. I love Eddie Keneally off the claim. He's got great numbers. He's 3 for 3 stretching out in the dirt off the claim. How's that? And at Churchill, 2 for 2.
Here's Asmussen and Santana Jr. with Chileno.
I don't know what's wrong with this horse dropping down. I thought he made perfect sense. Fast enough to win this race for sure.
Got to think that number's coming down on the 7. And then Neighbor on the outside. Kenny McPeek comes off a maiden claiming win for 30 at Churchill.
The fig is high enough. I looked at the field. I'm a little skeptical.
Yeah, lower level group in double-digit odds right now. So 3-2 favorite, Paulie. Constitutional law. Norm Casse could do nothing wrong that Oaklawn meet. Can he get back on track here at Churchill?
Well, you know, when you have a trainer like Norm who was just so red hot, it was bound to happen. And what ends up happening is when these, you know, trainers get so hot, some of their horses run out of conditions and then they run against tougher company. But he's been running through a little bit of a rough stretch through Derby week, and he really hasn't had many winners in the past month or so. But this is a horse that he's taken his time with since the fairgrounds, off the claim, and seemingly the horse has been working well in the morning considering the money the horse has taken. It's favored in all the multis when it comes to your pick threes and your doubles as well. So I can understand, but I can't understand at 7-5. I'm in agreement with Andy. Dog Red, the 6 for Eddie Keneally. He's phenomenal off the claim. Horse probably needed that last race off the layoff. You know, Robert Medina tried this horse around 2 turns. You know, the horse was not horrible at all that day in a 10-horse field over synthetic. And I think Luis Saez puts this horse right in the game, if not right on the front end. And, you know, I don't think there'll be that much of a speed duel like we saw in the last race, and we saw a horse come from way off the pace. But if that does happen, you know, one of the Kenny McPeek horses just has the smell of these, you know, when Kenny strikes, he'll strike at a big price. The one Princely, like, you know, Andy was saying, could history repeat itself in like 30 minutes? But if you look back, this horse was 80 some odd cents on the dollar and won here at Churchill Downs. Went over to a nice little stakes race at Delta Downs. And that was at age 2. At age 3, he's just not really improved that much, but he had trouble in his first start. His race at Keeneland, he was wide most of the way, and he caught turf last time. So at 17-1, he is not the worst stab. In the outside horse, you know, he won for 30. I get it. It was a bad field, but at least he won over this, you know, racetrack, which I guess that's a plus for him. And you're getting 11-1 with Brian Hernandez, who, you know, Brian usually is first call, and he chooses the 8 over the 1. But, you know, I can kind of get it for the 5. I just can't get the 5 at 3-2. So I'm 1-6 here. I think the 6 is the horse to beat. And I'm going to try to get the 1 and the 8 in the trifectas.
All right, Paul, we'll see what happens here coming up. Dog Red, the 6. It's a 4-year-old son of Flatter. And we'll see if he is up to the challenge of this distance, stretching out from 6 furlongs.
Yeah, I think that's really a question. I mean, distance is such an important factor, and I'm a little. I get that. That's a bit of a concern, but I look at Eddie Keneally and I look at the numbers he has, and I look at his numbers off the claim. I look at a horse that's supposed to be clear in the lead, and while we don't really know how far the wants to go, I don't know. I just seen Eddie Keneally do so well in these situations for so long that I don't mind sort of going along with him and trusting on him. And I also don't think the 5 is supposed to be 8-5.
We just saw Ricardo Santana Jr. leave our screen. Again, he's on Chileno for Steve Asmussen. We're going to go way back for Chileno to his maiden win. This was May 30th of last year.
Wow.
At Churchill Downs. Got up to win by a neck in a straight maiden race.
And then followed by running in the Iowa Derby, and then Greg Wolf's favorite Derby, the St. Louis Derby.
He ran huge in that Iowa Derby.
He did, and he ran behind Rattle and Roll, who just comes off a nice win in the Pimlico Special for Kenny McPeek. So he met some good horses listen, it's a tough game, and they're trying to run him where he can win. They ran him for 75 non-winners of 2 lifetime last time, not able to get it done. So they're dropping into a logical level, but I think he makes sense.
And he's still, that number has not moved much on him. Interesting. Still at 9-2, well, 4-1. It's come down a point. But all of this money on Constitutional Law. Norm Cassidy, Tyler Gaffleone, horse coming in from Fairgrounds. We're set for the early pick 4 under the Twin Spires. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate, and they're off. And Apollo Rising breaks out on top. Neighbor from the outside, and Dog Red comes on through too. So those 3 stack up across the track for the run of the clubhouse turn, and it's Apollo Rising down inside with a short lead. Dog Red is right there racing in second, and on the outside is Neighbor third. Constitutional Law tucked in toward the rail 4th. In some traffic there, tugging at Tyler Gaffleone. OP Firecracker races up down inside 5th. Princely 6th. 3 wide, Chileno in 7th. And it's 3 more back to American Icon, reserved at the back. And they walked through that opening quarter mile. 25 seconds flat. Apollo Rising, cruising up the backstretch run. No pressure whatsoever. Dog Red stalking second. Constitutional Law continues covered up while third. Just 2 lengths off the lead. Neighbors racing in 4th and OP Firecracker 5th. Princey down inside 6th. Chileno will be 3 or 4 wide 7th as American Icon continues to trail. So they hit the far turn. Apollo Rising getting away with soft fraction so far. The half was 51-2. No pace whatsoever. Apollo Rising the leader. Dog Red has been second throughout. Constitutional Law's tucked away toward the inside. He needs to find a way through. Neighbor comes on 3 wide. Wide trip for Chileno. 4 wide off the turn. Top of the stretch, and they brush at the top. Dog Red shoulder to shoulder with Apollo Rising. Chileno coming down the center. Constitutional Law flattens out down toward the rail. Final furlong coming. Dog Red up for the lead. Apollo Rising back into second. Constitutional Law and Chileno. It will be Dog Red. Dog Red did in the end by a length. Apollo Rising was second. Constitutional Law checked in third. And Princely rallied for 4th.
Dog Red, Eddie Keneally off the claim, stretching this 4-year-old son of Flatter out. Luis Saez aboard for the win.
Yeah, and it's amazing. We were just saying off camera, Eddie Keneally now 4 for 4, stretching horses out in the dirt off the claim. And I understand you say, well, it's only 4. Right, most people are 0 for 4.
Yeah.
Because stretching out is hard enough. That's not a stat you find a lot of trainers have great numbers with. And he just has a knack for doing it. His numbers off the claim at Churchill are exceptional. And sometimes you just sort of dance with the girl that brought you there. And the speed ended up holding up in what was a ridiculously slow pace, as Travis Stone noted.
And gets his first win on a dirt track, too. That maiden win had come on a synthetic surface. Back to Belmont, maybe a 2-year-old with a future. Son of the Breeders' Cup Classic winner Vino Rosso wins in the debut, overcoming that trouble out of the gate. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
The Wine Steward delivered here. Pleased to be joined by winning owner Peter Procha from Paradise Farms. And Peter, we saw this horse sell very well at the OBS March sale, and then we got to see on the track exactly why.
Yes, he was very professional in the debut here. He broke a little slow. Mike and the team were very high on this horse, and I'm glad he performed as we thought. And he hopefully has a great future ahead of him, and we're looking forward to it. And maybe Saratoga's next. We'll see.
And how exciting is it to have a young 2-year-old that wins first time out? The dream is alive at this point.
Well, yes, anything's possible at this point, correct. And we're so lucky to have the team we have and the people we have and the people that really work for us, really work hard for us. And Mike has a very good team behind him. And my partners are very supportive, and we make a great team effort.
Talk to me a little bit about buying New York breds as you have the opportunity to run in those New York bred races. I know you're very active with the New York breeding program here. Was that the draw of him at the sale?
It was part of it. It went for a little higher price than we thought, but Mike really liked the horse, so we stepped it up a bit. And we're hopefully looking forward to it. Yes, if you remember last year, a year before, we bought Barisi, and he became actually a candidate for New York Horse of the Year. And Mike's other horse won that a couple of weeks ago, and they had the awards up in Albany and Saratoga, and we're quite pleased with the program. So I'm glad that it all worked out, and we're looking forward to a great summer.
It looks like the future is bright for the Wine Steward. Congratulations.
Thanks again. Have a great day.
An exciting 2-year-old New York bred. We'll see if we see him in some New York bred stakes. Up next, Greg.
Nothing like having a 2-year-old win the debut. And this horse, again, overcoming trouble. First of all, just overcoming the inside post alone.
And also coming up the inside, because it's interesting. If you watch the race in the dirt here, the riders have stayed off the rail. Now, it's hard to say the rail's bad because nobody's running on it. So you don't know that horses are underperforming down there, but the riders have been staying away from it.
Rad's not been afraid of it. He goes up the rail today with this horse. He really had no choice. But yesterday we saw him do the same thing.
He was a little off the rail, but I agree. That was one of the reasons I was thinking yesterday, but the track was much more fair than maybe it had been. It's just very hard. Is it sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy that the rail's bad? Because at Belmont Park, especially on the main track, you don't get punished for going wide like you do at smaller tracks.
Underway in this Sunday card here in New York. We'll get into the pick 4 when we come back, and we will look ahead to the Belmont Stakes, third and final leg, Test of the Champion, and Todd Pletcher, his 2-year-old champ, ready to come back after having to scratch the day of the Kentucky Derby and Tapit Trice, his stablemate. Maybe he'll be the favorite.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational. And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Nest, much the best. Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malathaat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malathaat.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile.
Essential Quality have won.
In the Belmont.
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
Well named.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back on America's Day at the Races, and this is coming up a week from next Saturday. Third and final leg of the Triple Crown, the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes. It will be seen for the first time ever live on Fox Saturday, June 10th. We're so excited to have coverage of it, and we hope you join us. And even with no Triple Crown on the line this year, this is a really intriguing race with all the players that are expected to line up, including the 2-year-old champ, who would have been likely the favorite in the Kentucky Derby, scratched the day of the race on the comeback trail for the Belmont.
And if you're the Connections, it's even more frustrating when Mage, a horse he had beaten 2 straight race, wins the race. And you'll never know if you would have won the race, but I know if I owned him, I'd be thinking, well, I've handled that horse a couple of times. I feel like I would have been in the winner's circle, so I can understand the frustration. I actually can't, because I've never been there. I can imagine it was incredibly frustrating, but it's great to see that he's training well and back on his game, and it's great to see him here in the Belmont. He's a horse that we're going to see this summer in the big races as well. He's a very deserving 2-year-old champion and a very deserving leader of the division, or one of the leaders of the division.
And you miss a big race, that not just obviously the biggest race there is, the Kentucky Derby for 3-year-olds, but you miss a race too that's going to get some fitness into you as well, although he had been pretty darn fit. But you missed that time. This is just the second work back since missing the Derby.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting because I don't have an answer to it. Maybe it's something that Maggie or Acacia have better understanding being involved with horses physically than we are. But yes, he missed the Derby, so this will be his first race in over 2 months, excuse me. But he was training the whole time. He never had an issue that kept him out of training. So he was training up for the Derby. So his training itself was never disrupted. And Todd Pletcher, who has done so remarkably well in the Belmont, that it's hard to imagine he's running a horse that he doesn't think can win the race.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you sort of dismiss any of his horses in the Belmont.
Who's had
any of them.
So much success in this race. His stablemate, of course, will be in here as well. That is Tapit Trice, and looking to become the 5th son of Tapit, Acacia, to win the Belmont Stakes.
And could potentially be Todd Pletcher's 5th Belmont winner as well. We saw Tapit Trice work the other day in company with Classic Catch, who was just recently 4th in the Peter Pan, and I thought it was an excellent work. He is a horse that can be a little bit quirky in that you've seen in his earlier races that Luis Saez, his regular rider, would specifically take him to the outside to avoid kickback. And he improved in the Tampa Bay Derby, improved even more in the Bluegrass, and he's just a horse that you really have to work on. You have to time things right, and you saw Luis Saez having to scrub on him quite a while during the Kentucky Derby, but this workout, pretty effortless. He could be a horse that's just improving. He is a gray Tapit after all, so he's always been a little bit quirky throughout his career, but he's a horse all along that I've said I prefer him going to the Belmont, and so he could take a lot of money as a result. And to circle back to his stablemate Forte, to Andy's point, yes, he would not have necessarily lost fitness as far as missing the Derby, but he hasn't raced since April 1st. And when you're a trainer, you work backwards from a certain race, especially a race like the Kentucky Derby. So Todd Pletcher was aiming to have him at his peak the first Saturday in May. And though while he's, again, still been able to train since then, you do miss the schedule that you had planned. And it can be very tough to kind of keep a horse at a certain level of fitness and a certain form, and also to keep them okay mentally with having a little bit more time between races than you anticipated, Greg.
Great to have him back. We'll see what happens. And, you know, for Tapit Trice, too, Pletcher had said, as we look at the odds here for race 2 to start the pick 4, he's really going to appreciate, he believes, these wide sweeping turns at Belmont.
I mean, I know people say it and it's overrated, but he feels like a horse was born to run in this race. And with Todd Pletcher's record in the Belmont Stakes, and I keep saying it, but not only is he won 4, it's not just the wins. It's horses like that finished second. The horse that finished second to Tonalist at 30-1, who I'm having a senior moment with right now, remembering at the Commissioner at 30-1. Horses outrunning their odds. He's been remarkable.
Saratoga Gay's the favorite. Just went by Flavien Prat. Mark Hennig will stretch out. And here's the 2, Peg's AK Girl.
I thought this race was as easy as 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the order I picked them. AK's Girl does have races out of town that are good enough. She's got to bring that form here. I thought she'd be favored, though I prefer the 1.
Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, long layoff for Cannon Fire.
I agree, but the first race was good enough to compete here. It is a year layoff, and that's a concern. I don't worry that much about the drop, though.
Snow Loves a Fight we'll get back to. Went by, and here's the 5, Duck Fat.
She just hasn't been contentious lately on what's probably her better surface.
Frosty Invasion, 15th time out. Broke her maiden last time out on the grass.
And she did run well to break her maiden at 43-1, but this is a tougher spot.
And Western Lane, 6-1 outside for Tally Lynch with Jaime Torres.
She appears to be better going shorter on the turf, but, I mean, you might want to give her a little pass for her last turf race.
So let's go back to the 8-5 favorite, Peg's AK Girl.
That was fast. They went from 2-1 and 5-2 to 5-2 and 8-5. Oh, I read.
Yes, there you go. We mentioned tends to get overbet. This was back at Saratoga, July 28th of last year.
I know you're thinking about Saratoga, Greg, and people watching are thinking about it as well, so I thought I'd pull one up from the spa where she got the job done. Now, she was in Mike Deeney's barn before that. And keep in mind, Chad Summers has a relationship with Mike Deeney, so I think, you know, maybe in this situation, he's the trainer. The horse has been training at Monmouth, so it might be a situation of him taking the horses when they come to New York. I don't know for sure. She's been running fast races. She's very logical. She makes plenty of sense. She's not that slow. She can get position. I'm just hoping that Flavien Prat can wire the field with Saratoga Gaze and get back in form because she has run well going long before. But I don't think there's any argument that Peg's AK Girl is the horse to beat.
Yeah, back to the 1 for a moment. She should be in front, right? Speed inside. She was nowhere near the front last time. I know that was a really hot pace, and she needed to get jostled around a little bit.
Yeah, but more of the trouble was later in the race. You do worry a little bit. She hasn't shown that speed she's had in the past in her races, but Flavien Prat is extremely good with being aggressive with horses in races, so I expect him to be in front with her. But I think there has to be a reasonable question whether or not she still has any form, because not only less speed, she hasn't run that well. I'm going to try to be optimistic. 2-1, though. Tough to take at that price.
But we expect to see her controlling from the front end. Let's go down to Acacia.
As far as the number 2, Peg's AK Girl, I agree with Andy. She definitely has races that make her a huge competitor in here. I just do wish that she looked a little bit more fit. She hasn't raced since December, so she is coming in off a roughly 5-month layoff, and she's just carrying a little bit more condition than I've seen her off the bench in the past. My notes from Saratoga last summer were that she was incredibly fit off the layoff, so she absolutely could run well. Just thinking that maybe she'll need a spot coming back. The number 1, Saratoga Gaze, she's a horse that has done well recently, and I agree. I think that the speed should be her best weapon, and she's a horse who used to get so nervous, so revved up before a race. So you see she's gotten a little bit hot out there, but that's kind of normal for her. And she's actually, by her standards, doing very, very well. She's also well built. She's a horse that when she's not doing well internally or mentally, it shows in her physicality. Her weight looks great. Her muscle mass, her conditioning, all check the boxes today, and I certainly don't mind the mile in here, and especially given her running style. The number 3, Cannon Fire, comes back off the layoff, and I agree. I think, yes, the drop could be seen as a little bit of a question, but I think it's also logical given the nearly year layoff. Cantharos typically carry some condition, as do Linda's horses. Overall, relatively fit. Got a little bit hot, though, which usually tells me that that's a sign that a horse may need a race off the bench. But overall, seemed to handle things well since coming back to the races for the first time in a long time, Greg.
Keisha, thank you. Real quick, let's go back to the 4 because we skipped over Snow Loves a Fight in that post parade. 5-1. There's the gray in our picture with Manny Franco.
The best race she ran was a 7-furlong race here on the Widener turf, around 1 turn. So maybe she can get back to a better race, getting into what's effectively a 1-turn elongated sprint.
She had her good moment came here at Belmont, 7 furlongs. This is where she broke her maiden last year in April. 3rd off the bench for her. Oftentimes the best in a form cycle. 8-5 favorite, though. Peg's AK Girl, the 2, with Irad Ortiz Jr. As we have a couple left to load, and then we're underway here in this early pick 4. There's the 5 stepping in, Duck Fat. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the car.
Field of 7 going a mile on the Widener. Ready for race 2, and they're off. And from the inside post, it is Saratoga Gaze who has the early lead. Cannon Fire racing in second. The gray, Snow Loves a Fight, and Peg's AK Girl. They're together 3rd and 4th. 2.5 lengths to Western Lane in 5th. Followed by Frosty Invasion. Duck Fat is the trailer in 7th. Saratoga Gaze is the leader here by 1.25 lengths. Cannon Fire runs in 2nd. As they move up the backstretch, it is Saratoga Gaze and Cannon Fire 1-2. And down towards the inside is Peg's AK Girl, opening quarter mile, 24 seconds. On the outside, Snow Loves a Fight, 3.5 lengths off the lead. A break of 2 to Western Lane, and then Frosty Invasion, and Duck Fat continues to trail. It is Saratoga Gaze on top here. Saratoga Gaze by a length. Cannon Fire on the outside runs in 2nd. Peg's AK Girl down towards the rail. And then Snow Loves a Fight, followed by the duo of Western Lane and Frosty Invasion, and Duck Fat continues to trail through a 1/2 mile in 48 and 1/5 seconds. Saratoga Gaze by a head. Cannon Fire on the outside is a close 2nd. Snow Loves a Fight next and 3rd. Peg's AK Girl is going to need some racing room. Frosty Invasion's on the outside. 3/4 in 1, 12 and 1. It is Saratoga Gaze, challenged now by Cannon Fire. Saratoga Gaze and Cannon Fire, they're right together. Peg's AK Girl is coming on now from 3rd. A 16th out. Cannon Fire is drifting out. Peg's AK Girl now moves to the inside. They come for the finish. Cannon Fire got to the wire first. Peg's AK Girl was 2nd. Saratoga Gaze 3rd.
Cannon Fire trying to give this one away. crossing the wire first off that long laugh. Hadn't raced since May of last year. Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano.
Well, Linda had him ready to go, and if she didn't get claimed, she's now eligible for a non-winners of one New York Red race as well as starter allowance races. So if she didn't get claimed, this is a particularly smart move in this situation, and she got the money on a good run. This horse had run well first time, run well enough first time to get the job done, and was ready to go today. Drifts here a little bit. Absolutely sort of got in the way of the two. Pegs A. Curl was rallying, and Irad clearly wanted to go outside. I think there will probably be an inquiry. Irad may claim.
She seemed clear, didn't she?
She seemed clear. I'm not saying she should come down, but I do think it's important to note that she drifted, which was, I don't think that was something that everybody else didn't notice. The question is, did she in any way interfere with the two running? I'm going to say she did compromise the two. Whether or not they would take it down, and they should be taken down, is another story. But you look at the two. She was rallying strong outside, and she did have to hold up for a second, right, and alter course. Let me ask you a question. If she doesn't drift, do you think she still wins? Or do you think the two rallies outside of her and passes her? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I got to look at it again. I didn't see the two really having to break stride at all.
Oh, I disagree.
You know, let's look at it again if we can.
I think it's a moment's hesitation, but keep in mind, and there is an inquiry, keep in mind that you're rallying. You've got a head of steam, and I don't think you want to underestimate how much it costs you to lose even that moment, that scintilla of a second. You know, right now, rallying on the outside, right? She's getting her legs on her. Here she comes. She comes up to her. That horse drifts. He has to alter to go inside.
You're right.
Now, Irad Ortiz complaining because somebody else was drifting out in his way. There's some irony in that, given he's the king of doing that. Doesn't mean he shouldn't claim. And I'm not saying I think this horse should come down, but I do believe the steward should at least look at it.
So certainly had to alter course, and you're right, would have had that outside run. And that's why it's so difficult being a steward trying to make these decisions, because you just don't know what would have happened.
Right. So the question is, right in there, it actually doesn't look that bad in there. You don't really see Irad even grab his horse in there. He probably should have play acted a little better. The Mig. Now that guy knew how to act. He was the greatest play actor. I approve.
Yeah.
Especially if you bet the two. I don't think there'll be a DQ, but I do appreciate them looking at it, and that's because there was an objection by the rider.
So we will see the decision here. Cannon Fire drifting out. Pegs AK Girl has to reroute to the inside. Finishes 3-2-1-8. And both Jose Lezcano and Irad Ortiz Jr. will make their cases to the stewards.
Yes. And I don't know why we do that.
No.
I really don't. I really don't understand. I think the stewards should be able to view what happened and figure it out in their own merits. They talk to football players when there's a flag?
Yeah,
that is
the great comparison, and you would never do that. It sounds ridiculous to have it done.
I mean, and I'm going to tell you, if I was a trainer and I was second in this situation, my rider said it didn't really affect me, he would never ride for me again. I wouldn't care if it was Irad Ortiz.
Yeah. Oh, there's Irad. He will try and sell it a little better on that call to the stewards, I think, that he did on the track. But, too, he's riding to win all out.
Absolutely.
At every moment. He doesn't want to take any moment away, especially when that horse is coming out in front of him.
Yeah, I mean, his
play act.
Right. No change. What? There's no change. And I think the stewards made the right call here. But once again, one thing that I think we always try to say on the show is just look at it. Tell the public we're looking. You know, we want to make sure we think it's okay because people are betting their money, and I imagine you bet the two, you're frustrated. And you think, why are they taking that horse down? At least look at it and say, we determined, and I agree with them. But just, it matters. Optics matter.
3-2-1-8, 8-1, Cannon Fire. Here in the second at Belmont, we'll have those prices coming up. Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano on the turf at 8-1. Don't see that a lot on this circuit. Very nice price. As we get back to Churchill Downs, race 3, mile and an eighth on the turf. It's a maiden special weight. A couple of scratches inside.
What were they scratched?
And Lincoln Highway, those were late scratches. Right now, you're
10. I didn't have any
2-1
of those.
favorite.
Yeah, get back to work here.
Victoria Oliver, and this is a horse that was 45-1 first time out. Let's go back to Paul.
Well, you took the words right out of my mouth, Greg. A horse that was 45-1 first time out, got left in the gate, and I understand the people that love the gallop out. He galloped out unbelievable, but he ran 5th that day, and now you're going to take 2-1 in this full field. I thought it was very interesting in here that this horse was your favorite. Now, the horse does come off the best number, so you would think that this is a horse that would improve. I do like that there's been, 5 works since that debut. That's pretty good foundation. A lot of times you see horses when they debut, they come back with maybe a couple good works, at least published works. But this horse has got 5 published works. So that is a very good sign. So 2-1 were Bejarano for Victoria Oliver. They're a very good combination. The 6 Curlin's in charge, ran well on the turf last time here at Churchill Downs when adding blinkers with Flavien Prat aboard. Now Martin Garcia will be aboard. We've talked about the Dale Romans barn, been a little hot, actually been a tiny bit cold over the last couple of days after just being blistering last week. But this is a horse that, was in between horses. Then actually I thought had a decent trip that day with Flavien and just could not make up ground. Now, that was against older horses, 3-year-olds and up. You're getting 3-year-olds up in here. The 9 is a 5-year-old, but most of the other horses in here are all 3-year-olds besides the 9. The 11 horse on the outside, Archie the Giza, is a 4-year-old, so he's the one exception in here. And now he's a gelding and Lasix. He's the one horse in here that's actually was getting played in the Will Plays for Launcheroo aboard. Obviously been working well in the morning. Only gotten 1 turf start, Greg, and some good works over the training center. A lot of people don't know the training center, the Thoroughbred Training Center. It's a really narrow track, so when you work 48, you're moving around that racetrack. So I would think the 11 is going to show a little bit of speed. I think the sneak horse in here, and the horse that I like, is the 5, Barantini for Paul McGee. This horse was 22-1 first time out on the turf at Kentucky Downs. I didn't think ran that poorly. The inside, slots at Kentucky Downs could be, a detriment to you as those horses come down on you. And then drew the dreaded 11 hole at Keeneland. So has drawn the worst of it in both of his starts. And I think he gets a good draw today. Joe Talamo gets aboard, second time Lasix, for a very good trainer, and I think very underrated trainer in Paul McGee.
Paulie, thanks. Yeah, Berrettini, the 5, Oscar Performance 3-year-old. Who was so good on the grass, and his offspring sharing that ability on this surface. 5-1 right now for start number 3.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the favorite, Lincoln Highway. I thought the horse ran very well after getting left and is going to run a lot better today. I'm not taking 2-1 on this horse. And I don't have a problem with the 11, another horse that did a little bit of running first time out, was really just dragged out of the race. And Florent Giroux is a rider that's more aggressive. So I imagine Archie the Giza is going to be much closer today. And from that outside post, Florent will try to get position, because I think this horse is not necessarily as slow as he appeared in his first start because of the way he was ridden. And he may have been riding to instructions. What about Soybean Man?
First time on the grass for the 7, blinkers on. There he is. Ron Moquette trains, Tyler Gaffley on aboard. 7-1 on Soybean Man.
The Dam is not a turf horse, but she's produced 2 horses that ran okay on the turf. And Looking at Lucky's had some success as a turf sire. So I thought this horse was a little sneaky as a possible turf horse runner.
Yeah, meanwhile, next door, Curlin's in charge, deservedly taking money. Dale Romans having a huge meet here at Churchill Downs. And this horse actually was put in an allowance race against winners on the grass back in November last year at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, no, I don't see any reason that horse can't win here. The last race was fine. I just prefer horses that have had less chances, and this horse has had a lot of chances. On the other hand, the last race is, at least from a figure standpoint, the best race that he's ever run.
Yeah, and that was the first time with an equipment change, too, so maybe that's what woke him up a little bit in addition to that seasoning when he ran third, beat less than 2 lengths. Talking about the 6, Curlin's in charge at 3-1 on the board.
Yeah, maybe that's the reason. Maybe Flavien Prat running didn't hurt either, right?
No, good point.
You're not even excited to talk about Lincoln Highway, are you? You know I am.
Well, I drove cross country. I did not take the Lincoln Highway. I took an alternate route.
You didn't come from Oregon?
No.
Oregon to Atlantic City,
Left
Route
from
30.
L.A. to New York to get here in time for opening day at Belmont during the height of COVID. 3.5 days.
Yeah. I worked with a guy on the floor that was in San Diego when I worked on the Amex during 9/11. He drove from San Diego to New York, I believe, in a day and a half.
Okay,
that's a man who's determined.
I would say unsafe is the first word that comes to mind.
I'm glad I wasn't in the car.
Exactly. There is Lincoln Highway, the 8. So 45-1 first time out. Much shorter price. Favorite now in race number 2 for trainer Victoria Oliver.
I don't have an argument against that horse, but I'm not taking 2-1. But I saw the reasons the horse getting bet. But I think the 11 is another second-time start. It's going to run a lot better. I like Florent getting on this horse.
Let's go to Travis Stone. Here's the 3rd from Churchill.
In the gate. And they're off. Curlin's in charge. Mid-pack bounces out on top. Soybean Mane is there. And Lincoln Highway comes on from the outside. And farther out is Archie the Giza, who's going to try and tuck in behind with Berrettini down toward the rail. Meanwhile, up top, it's Curlin's in charge and Soybean Man to go head-to-head. Lincoln Highway's prominent and now pulled back off as well to settle into 3rd. Berrettini up against the inside 4th. Archie the Giza 5th by 2. Surface to Air comes away 6th and is already 8 lengths off the lead. 3 more back to Kader. And it's another 9 or so back to Accident, who's outrun so far. So they turn to the backstretch run. Curlin's in charge, throws down a quarter in the straight in 22-3, and steps out to lead by 5. Curlin's in charge, isolated up top down the backstretch run. Soybean Man, a distant second, now 7 lengths behind Curlin's in charge. 3 more lengths back. Lincoln Highway nudged along while 3rd. Berrettini down inside with Kader. In the clear is Archie the Giza. Then it's Surface to Air. An Accident at the back. Onto the far turn. Stride shortening for Curlin's in charge. The lead's down to 2.5. Soybean Man and Lincoln Highway both coming on 2nd and 3rd. Berrettini comes off the rail from 4th. Kader's down inside 5th. Archie the Giza switched outside for the final quarter mile, and Surface to Air is picking it up as well. Down to the final furlong. Lincoln Highway roused to an arrow lead. Soybean Man fights on from the rail. Berrettini 3rd. Surface to Air 4th. Final 16th coming. Soybean Man fights to an arrow lead. Lincoln Highway responds right back to win it. Lincoln Highway, Soybean Man, Surface to Air, and Berrettini.
Terrific battle between these two down the stretch. Soybean Man, the 7, the 8, Lincoln Highway, and it's the 8 who just gets up in the final stages.
Yep, Lincoln Highway just gets it done. These 2 horses stalk behind the runoff leader. Curlin's in charge. I had bet on Soybean Man. I thought I had him held off, and in the very, very, very late stages, Bejarano and Lincoln Highway just got nipped. Soybean Man and Tyler Gaffalione, who did everything he could to get him to win. A nice performance by Paulie's long shot Berrettini, who ran a respectable race, did I think finish 4th with the 4 rallying Surface to Air. I had my own fault that I didn't have the exacta. Bad play.
Lincoln Highway, start number 2, 45-1 in that debut with a troubled trip. Favoritism at start number 2 and breaks his maiden for Victoria Oliver when we come back. Forgotten during wartime, the great Sergeant Reckless wound up becoming a hero and cult figure. We'll have her story when we return. Stay with us.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes. Won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
We are back on America's Day of the Races on our FS1 coverage with live action from Churchill Downs and Belmont Park. We'll get into the third from Belmont in just a little bit. Some of the best thoroughbreds in this sport, while they have great talent, also display tremendous heart and determination. This next story is about a mare who may be unmatched in those categories. Forgotten during wartime, Sergeant Reckless went on to greater glory than any champion racehorse could ever hope for.
Reckless was bred to be a racehorse, but sadly she never had a chance to race because her 2-year-old season, that's when the war broke out and racing was suspended. So instead of becoming a racehorse, she became America's greatest war horse.
I think what impresses me most about Reckless's story in the Korean War is that they bought this horse at a race park in Seoul and turned it into a combat enabler.
Lieutenant Eric Pedersen was the man who purchased Reckless for $250, and he was the commanding officer of the recoilless rifle platoon. They decided to put her through hoof camp, which was the equine version of boot camp.
We hear about on-the-job training. This was the epitome of it. Literally, this horse was trained to lie down under fire, to protect itself, it knew how to avoid obstacles and barbed wire. And truly, after just a couple of show and tell on the fly routes, the horse would do it by herself.
They would take her up and down the hills to get her used to carrying the pack saddle and the ammunition on her back. These canisters of ammo were very large. And before Reckless came along, the men had to pack this themselves. The camaraderie between Reckless and her men was something special. She was the only animal in camp, and so the Marines became her herd, and she would follow them anywhere and everywhere. She would even sleep in their tents at night. She would follow them into the mess tent and eat breakfast and had bacon and eggs. Even after a battle, she would have a beer with the guys.
The fact that Marines could depend on the horse to do the resupply routes, that means it wasn't just a horse to them. It was somebody that they were in the fight with.
What started the battle for the Nevada cities is at 7 o'clock at night, 3,000 enemy soldiers descended upon 3 outposts in this area. Reckless's men were guarding Outpost Vegas. They, of course, were overrun, and so Reckless's mission began that next morning. Started loading her up with 6 rounds at a time. By the middle of the day, she was up to 8 rounds at a time. She knew what her job was, she knew where her men were, and she would go up to the guns by herself.
There are stories of up to 50 times in one operation that she ran a supply route by herself. That frees up Marines for combat and for other things. So I believe that that's the most impressive part about the horse.
She carried 386 rounds of recoilless rifle ammunition. That's over 9,000 pounds on her back. Incoming fire was so fierce that the men couldn't hear themselves talk, and Reckless was in the middle of all of this.
Under artillery fire and mortar fire, she continued to do her resupply mission for the Marines, and especially having been wounded twice, and that not having deterred her to continue to do her mission through the end of the war it's really astounding.
They had a ceremony sending her off in October of 1954. Is when she left Korea. She was the guest of honor of the Marine Corps ball that was at the Marines Memorial Club in San Francisco. And she waltzes through the lobby and gets in an elevator and goes up to the 11th floor, sachets out of the elevator into the ballroom. She spied the anniversary cake over on the table, and before the guys could get a hold of her, she was up to her nostrils in it. And then after that, she moved over to Camp Pendleton. At Camp Pendleton, while Reckless was there, the Commandant of the Marine Corps promoted her. There was a 19-gun salute in his honor, and a parade of 1,700 troops walked by to salute her. She had 3 colts, and she had a filly. Sadly, the filly died at a month old. Unfortunately, all the colts were gelded, so there is no bloodline for her. Her story just kind of disappeared from the pages of history. And what's interesting is she was as famous as Lassie and Rin Tin Tin in her day. She was an iconic hero. And when she died, her story made the front page news in newspapers across the country. and she was buried with full military honors.
I first came to light on the story of Reckless at the National Museum of the Marine Corps in Quantico, Virginia, where a statue by the same artist who did the statue that's behind us was erected to honor this great mare. I think Staff Sergeant Reckless's legacy is going to be that the courage and the dependability that she showed in combat made her truly what the saying is, not just a horse, but a Marine.
Such an incredible story on this Memorial Day weekend, and that she became really just part of that unit, and how quickly she learned the routes, was able to go on her own and do them and carry supplies. Just incredible.
It is really a remarkable story. We've shown it a number of times, but every time it's really fun to watch, and it shows how incredible the horses are, something we see here at the racetrack on a daily basis.
Well, we're going to get back to live action coming up in just a moment. Third at Belmont, 6 furlong sprint. In the background, you may hear the call to post coming up. Non-winners at 3 lifetime. They're all for sale for $14,000 in this third coming up, the 6 furlong sprint. And here's the 1, Bastet.
Bastet is a mare facing the boys in here right on the heels of Sergeant Reckless. So there we go, but she's just not running competitively enough. I'm surprised she's 7-1.
12-1 next door Merchant Sakul. I believe we're going to skip 2. Well, there's the 2. Two-time winner who has been off since October of last year.
Yeah, she's going to have to get back to that form she once had for Jeffrey Englehart. Or he is, excuse me.
8-5 favorite. Here's Bourbon's Hope, and that figure last time out, that would be good enough to win right back.
Maybe, yeah. I actually prefer the other Linda Rice runner, Storm runner shooter, and I'm surprised there's this big a disparity in price.
8-5 with Jose Ortiz for Linda Rice. Here's the 4, Brunate for the Bond Barn.
And Brunate is clearly a contender based on his races, but he hasn't won a race in quite a while, and that worries me.
Storm Shooter, 7-2. Linda Rice, Trevor McCarthy missed by a half length at this condition in the mud.
I expect her to be the main speed here, and I picked her on top. I'm surprised she's this generous a price. That one horse really threw me, Greg. Threw my game off.
8-1.
Whatever limited game I already have.
Ensign Parker, Dylan Davis aboard.
For what it's worth, the 6th and 8th place finishers out of his last race at Monmouth came back to run 1-2 in a lower level race at Monmouth earlier today.
And here's Star Attitude on the outside, trained by Carlos Martin, coming off a win.
Finished just behind Bourbon's Hope 3 races back and is 9-2 and has a win last time. I think that sort of is a negative for Bourbon's Hope, personally.
So that's your field pick 4, a middle pick 4, beginning here in this third from Belmont. We're going to look at Bourbon's Hope. Coming off that victory last time out, it was at Aqueduct, 6.5 furlongs to get through that non-winners at 2 life condition.
And Linda Rice has been having a very good meet here at Belmont Park with a positive ROI, and I thought he ran fine in here. I'm not knocking his performance, but I felt that he just found the right group. That was a non-winners at 2 lifetime race, and you're asking him to come back and win his next condition, the non-winners at 3 lifetime race in his next start. And he was in pretty poor form, and I felt it was the field more than him that got him the winner's circle. He could certainly win here. I'm just surprised he's this low in the odds, and I just think Storm Shooter has a bigger advantage than him because he can be more forwardly placed, and I think their PPs are relatively similar. And even Brunate, who I don't love because he doesn't like to win, I feel like he's an overlay at 5-1.
And 2 for 27 lifetime with the 4 Brunate. But there's the favorite, 2-1 Bourbon's Hope. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And Greg, as far as Bourbon's Hope does go, there's no Irad Ortiz in this race, and Jose Ortiz won 4 yesterday, so maybe the fact that he's on this horse is moving the board a little bit. But and Linda Rice's barn is going well too. I agree with Andy. I mean, yes, he did get the win last time. He was wide throughout. He was kind of 4 wide pressing and then made that kind of 3 wide move. He looked to me like he was a little bit awkward switching leads in the stretch, but he was very game with 3 horses coming down to the wire. So coming off of that win, he's certainly a player. But the thing is with these condition claiming races, when you win the non-winners of 2 level, you do step up to the next condition. I think this is the logical next spot for him. But there are a couple other horses that I'm a bit intrigued by. The number 4 Brunate, yes, it's been such a long time between drinks for him, but he looks really, really good today. He's always been from the get-go the horse that caught my eye in the paddock this afternoon. He looks so fit, so strong. His coat looks fantastic. He's moving well out on the track. Jamie Torres took him away from the pony, got a great warm-up, and he was off the pace last time. And I know that he disappointed as the favorite, but maybe if you liked him, you're getting 5-1 today. Finally, the number 5, Storm Shooter. Physically, of the 2 horses for Linda Rice, this is the horse I much prefer. He's big, he's solid, he's really, really strong. He's coming in off a 3rd place finish where he was kind of dueling too, and I thought had to be very, very game in that effort. He has the speed. He's gotten a big warm-up from Trevor McCarthy, and usually Trevor will put a horse that has speed on the front end, and I'm hoping that's exactly what he does in here today. Just thought that between him and Bourbon's Hope was a little bit more of the smaller, unassuming type, whereas Storm Shooter really had a good presence and a nice warm-up this afternoon, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Yeah, quickness with Storm Shooter, and the man that usually rides for that barn, Jose Lezcano, he's on that 6-year-old mare on the rail that tried to go gate to wire last time out.
Yeah, I was surprised about that as well, but it's so hard to know why riders necessarily are. Maybe he committed to riding Bastet, and Linda Rice decided to late last minute to go in with Storm Shooter, and they already committed to riding the other horse. You know, it's hard to do that, but I did find that a little curious myself. But you know, I'm a big Trevor McCarthy fan.
Oh, is Bastet the one who's going to try and make things difficult for Storm Shooter on the front end here?
I don't really see it happening. I'd be more concerned that Ensign Parker would do that, to be honest with you. Now, Dylan Davis has been riding very passively, and I think if he gets back to his more aggressive riding style, it'll really benefit him. So maybe he'll do that, and Ensign Parker could press her. I didn't think Bastet was quite fast enough to run with him, but certainly not impossible. So much of the way these races develop is how the riders ride them, so much more than who the horses actually are.
2-1 favorite remains Bourbon's Hope in a race that'll kick off this middle pick 4 as we look again here at Storm Shooter. Linda Rice, Trevor McCarthy, 3-1.
Yeah, I mean,
4th consecutive try at this condition.
I think 3-1's a very fair price on him. I get it. He's not exactly a win machine himself, but they're all 2 times. They're all 2 winners, right? 6 is 2 for 32. Bernardi 2 for 27. Every one of these were Bourbon's Hope 2 for 18 coming off a win. I just felt like Storm Shooter, and I don't have a strong opinion here, could have a tactical advantage here. I know Trevor's going. Trevor does not rate speed horses. So I know he's going. The others, not so sure.
And there is the 5 waiting to load. Second choice on the board at 3-1. Kicked off our card with an impressive 2-year-old, the Wine Steward, in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And it was Cannon Fire, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, drifting out, surviving Steward's inquiry and objection to win at 8-1. We'll see what happens here in race 3 coming up. Yeah, form, nature of this condition, there's not a lot of it.
No, there really isn't. And that's why, you know, I mean, I just look for an edge in being forward. Now, you could say the same thing for the 6. The 6 has been running in lower level races at Monmouth, but also keep one thing in mind. 14,000, this is a bottom level race here. So it's not probably as big a disparity to go from the 65s there, the 14, as say even 14 to 20. Because the 20s are a higher level race. When you get to the bottom, you're sort of worth that amount down to 0. For what it's worth.
Would you equate picking spots for horses a little bit like the differences? And I mean, for handicappers, it's being a good handicapper and then knowing how to wager as well. It's 2 different art forms.
Yeah, well, I think for trainers, it's running your horses where they can win. And one of the reasons a trainer like a Linda Rice, who's successful, I believe the 2 Merchants of Cool, we're being told, is going to be running for purse money only. I don't know the story. There it is, up there in simulcast. So the 2 will be running in this race, but if you bet him, you'll be getting a refund, and if he hits the board in any way, he'll be counted as an invisible horse.
Okay.
But I think, get back to your point, it's really, obviously you have to have the horses there, but you got to run them in the right spots, because if you're running in the wrong spots, your horse runs a winning race and runs 4th or 5th. You want to be able to win the race, and a lot of times trainers and owners they get a little over aggressive. They think their horses, like their children, are better or smarter than they are, and the successful barns run where they can win.
So again, you're going to see this too as a scratch, but that is only for wagering purposes. He's still going to run in the race, and he can run for purse money, but purse money only, unable to wager on the 2.
I do not know the reason for this, and apparently none of us do.
Well, with that, one of the wagering choices coming off the board, down to 9-5 on Bourbon's Hope.
Was a long shot, and I hope for people that used the horse to get their money back, this horse does not finish somewhere they would have cashed, because that is enormously frustrating.
So Linda Rice with the top 2 choices on the board. She has the favorite Bourbon's Hope. She has the 5, who should be, you would think, leading the way in here, Storm Shooter with Trevor McCarthy. 9-5 and 5-2 respectively, as the favorite steps in line. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting now for Ensign Parker and Star Attitude. And once again in this race, number 2, Merchants of Cool, is running for purse money only. There in the gate. And they're off. Bit of a bobble there at the start for number 4, Brunate. Out for the lead is Bourbon's Hope, joined on the outside by Ensign Parker, and Storm Shooter not far behind in 3rd. Bastet down at the rail races in 4th, and it's Merchants of Cool who's running for purse money only, followed by Brunate, and it is Star Attitude who trails the field in 7th. Ensign Parker gets away here to lead by 2 lengths. The quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Bourbon's Hope second by a head. Bastet down on the inside, next and 3rd, followed by Merchants of Cool and Storm Shooter, then Brunate. Star Attitude is at the back of the pack as they come for the top of the stretch. It is Ensign Parker with the lead. Ensign Parker ran the half mile in 46 and 2/5 seconds. Here is Bourbon's Hope moving up on the outside. Ensign Parker with the lead. Bourbon's Hope drives right alongside. So it is Ensign Parker and Bourbon's Hope, and Bourbon's Hope is taking over the lead. Bourbon's Hope in front. Ensign Parker will be second. It is Bourbon's Hope and Jose Ortiz. Ensign Parker was second. Farther back, Storm Shooter, and then Brunate.
Oh, an aggressive Dylan Davis trying to take it to this field on Ensign Parker. Winds up second. The favorite Bourbon's Hope runs that one down.
They always know, don't they? This one ended up being the favorite, and he wins 2 straight, going through those conditions, and 2 straight races for Linda Rice. Her other runner, Storm Shooter, had no speed and was a distant 3rd, but a credit to Dylan Davis. He put Ensign Parker in front. He did everything possible to give this horse his best chance, and if you bet him at a price, it's a little bit frustrating because he ran a winning race in here. He just wasn't able to hold off the winner, Bourbon Hope.
Yeah, it's 7-1 as well, but still being aggressive, paying dividends for Dylan Davis, getting runner-up money here.
And we do want to let people know that apparently the 2 threw a shoe in the warm-ups, so they did not want to allow betting on it. And as it turned out, that was a good thing because the horse did not finish in the top 4. So in this case, you were protected, and that's why the horse ran for purse money only.
3-6-5 in the 3rd here at Belmont. 9-5 favorite with the victory. Well, the prices when we come back. Stay with us.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. A tradition that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, and multiple Grade 1 winner City of Light. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown Triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
We're back on America's Day of the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Back at Belmont, picture time for Bourbon's Hope. Back-to-back trips to the winner's circle for this 4-year-old son of Exaggerator, former Preakness winner. Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz team up.
Showed a lot of speed coming out of the gate and sort of let the 6 go, but Jose Lescano kept him in a good position and able to get it done as the favorite.
And, you know, you look at this race, and again, even in defeat, well done by Dylan Davis to be aggressive with Ensign Parker this 6.
I totally agree, and I think that's what Dylan needs to get back to doing, because you need to be aggressive to be successful in general in this game, and you certainly do need to be around here. And I think one of the reasons he's been struggling a bit is he kind of got off of that, being more aggressive. So glad to see it. He rode the horse very well. Just unfortunately for them, second best.
Linda Rice runs first and third. And as we get back to Churchill Downs, race 4. 7 furlongs on the main track, 50,000 starter allowance. And everybody on the board between 5-2 and 3-1.
Yeah, there's a very interesting trainer change in this race on the number 6, Mama's Gold, going to Brad Cox. This horse who was claimed out of a race where, while he did ride a strong bias here, he got a 96 buyer. He has obviously not run to it since then. The way he's run, I kind of wonder if he has a breathing issue or something, but he's a horse that needs the lead. And I imagine, even though Missing Curfew has some speed in here, that Tyler Afflione is going to try to let it air it out. And you know, somewhere in there, he's got a figure that buries these horses. Can he show it for his new trainer?
Received a 96 buyer speed figure.
And don't
for that performance in a New York bred maiden claiming race.
And don't think it was low, because it wasn't low. That was a huge, huge race. Now, it was a bias-aided performance, but still, he hasn't come close to running back to it, even when he got loose in a mile race. But he is a horse that probably needs to be controlled up front. He's got to get 7 today. I am extremely curious to see what he does. Look at that board. And they're all the same prices, right? 3 3-1s, a 2 and a 7-2. You rarely see that.
Her favorite, Gold Luck.
Right.
Second off the claim, Gennaro Garcia.
I mean, obviously the 4 Missing Curfew is dangerous, and Missing Curfew could also get in the way of Mama's Gold. We'll see how the races run.
Loading up, Travis Stone with a call. Here's the 4th from Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And Eddie M breaks in stride. Mama's Gold is there. Those two fastest out as they race up the chute and they head for the main track, and they hook up in the first furlong, and Mama's Gold punches through to grab the lead. Eddie M keeping pace in second, 2.5 lengths back. Gold Luck comes on to grab third. Humor Me Now's on the outside fourth. I'd Rather Be Blessed is fifth. Pretty tight pack, 5 furlongs to go. And they went that opening quarter in 23 seconds flat. Mama's Gold, clear leader now. Eddie M hustled along second. Gold Luck tucked away third toward the rail, 2 lengths behind as they hit the far turn. I'd Rather Be Blessed just 3 lengths off the lead. Humor Me Now's wide and trailing. So round the far turn, and it's Mama's Gold still in front. Running comfortably, Eddie M pushed along second. Gold Luck is given more rein. Third's going to try and come through toward the inside. Gold Luck just a half length behind as they head for the quarter pole. Eddie M has taken the lead. Eddie M heads by the quarter pole Walpole in front by 3. Gold Luck comes through to grab second. I'd Rather Be Blessed is trying to rally down the center. 1 furlong remaining. Eddie M, 4-length lead. Gold Luck comes off the rail. I'd Rather Be Blessed is third, but it's Eddie M with a 5-length lead now. Eddie M moving away from the pack and will score by 6 lengths on the wire. Gold Luck was second. I'd Rather Be Blessed was third, and Mama's Gold was fourth.
Eddie M, Brendan Walsh, Luis Saez looms up along Mama's Gold and puts that one away in the rest of this field, too.
Yes. I mean, Louis had this horse in a complete drive virtually the whole race to keep up with Mama's Gold. It doesn't matter what barn Mama's Gold is in. He is not competitive. Eddie M, though, just absolutely buried the field, and I apologize. I did not have the late scratch and miss at curfew and made a fool of myself again.
Eddie M, dominant performance here. 2 starts to begin the career against Maiden Special. Dropped in for Maiden 50, wins at Churchill, and then wins right back.
And wins impressively. Absolutely buries the field here. This feels like a move. This horse really improved for Brendan Walsh.
And might be able to jump back up into tougher competition with that performance for Farfellow Farms. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, former 2-year-old champion filly making her return. Echo Zulu started her career perfect 5 for 5, won a championship and ran very big in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Runner-up finished a Goodnight Olive. She's back on Monday. Stay with us.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on FS1. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling with you. Live coverage from Churchill Downs and from Belmont Park. Memorial Day card at Churchill Downs. Some star power with former 2-year-old champion filly Echo Zulu getting set for her 4-year-old return.
I'm thrilled to see her back. She's obviously such a terrific filly, and she had that issue last summer, which caused her to get scratched going to the gate in our Acorn here, but she came back in the fall, and I thought she ran very well, finishing third in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Filly and Mare Sprint. And the third place finisher, I was going to hit her stablemate, has already come back and won a stake, Wicked Halo. Good to see her back, and looking forward to seeing her. A horse we would imagine we'll be seeing in Saratoga, pointing towards a race like the Ballerina.
Yeah, no question. Started her career 5 for 5, undefeated 2-year-old season that led to a championship. Bounced back out of that first defeat of her career in the Kentucky Oaks with a win in the Dogwood at Churchill. And then that terrific runner-up effort in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. No question, even off the bench, she is way, way the one to beat. And she's quick, doesn't have to be in the lead to win, though.
And even her Kentucky Oaks, where she finished off the board, I thought she ran maybe as well as she's ever run in a race. She took significant pressure in a fast-paced race, going 1 1/8, which is probably a little bit out of her comfort zone. She just runs well every time she runs. We're thrilled she's back, and she adds a lot of depth to this division. A division I think might be a little bit stronger this year than it's been in years past, especially with Goodnight Olive coming off the loss at Churchill, though she obviously did not have the best trip that day.
Brutal trip that day.
But Matarea ran very well. Let's not, take away from her. And I think it's a little bit deeper this year with some of those. Where Wicked Halo was, I think, second, because I think that Goodnight Olive was so buried inside. So that division has been a little thin at times, and I think this year a little stronger.
Back
Frank's
to Belmont.
Roquette, too.
What's that?
Let's not forget Frank's Roquette.
Yeah, still going strong. Fourth at Belmont, 7/8, maiden special weight. And this will kick off the pick 6 on the Sunday card. Virtual reality first-time starter for Chad Brown, Klarovich, with Manny Franco at 2-1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, right now the whole board is sort of lukewarm. As far as virtual reality, the reason I picked her in this race is it feels like more of a turf pedigree. Cloud Computing has had some success with Chad Brown with turf horses, and the dam side's all turf. So running on the dirt is probably a good sign for a horse that worked very impressively over a year ago, the 2-year-old sales.
There she is in the background. Daughter of Chad Brown's Preakness winner, Cloud Computing. Set to make her debut coming up. We'll have the post-parade for you when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
At Gainesway.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on FS1. It's brought to you in part where you can play all the races we bring you and many, many more. Go to NowRaBets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Fourth at Belmont. It's the start of the pick 6. Maiden 3-year-old fillies and up going 7/8. And there's that Chad Brown first-time starter, the current 2-1 favorite. Let's welcome into the program Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. And horses on the walking ring here. We'll focus in on both of Chad Brown's debuters in here, beginning with number 2, Virtual Reality. And as you heard Andy say, the workout, albeit over a year ago, was very impressive. And yeah, you can't use it as an indicator of how she may run here today, but at least you get an indication of how she moves and how proficient her action is, and really how much ground she does cover, because working a 10 flat, she didn't look like she was going that fast. So that was impressive. And you just really focus in on a horse's stride length. Now, the drawbacks it's taken her a year to get to the races since that work. And as Andy said, there really isn't that much of a pedigree, especially for this type of condition. Now, I will say, she has a little bit more of a turf hoof, but with that being said, in Chad we trust, because he does opt to debut her here on the dirt, and I think it's always a little bit more of a positive sign when he does that as opposed to running a horse that has more dirt pedigree on the turf. She's sharp in here. I think the 7/8 is fine, but I don't really want her going any further than that, to be quite honest, because she is built a little bit more like a sprinter, and she does indicate, at least here watching her in the paddock, that she should have some early foot. Now, the opposite's true of number 3, Tower Bridge, this daughter of Street Sense. It does have pedigree to say that longer's better. She's big. This is a big filly. Long, scopy, tall, rangy. She's my type of filly. I really like her, but I almost feel like 7 Furlongs is just getting her started. So I'll watch with a lot of interest, Greg. She might have some talent, but again, this might just be a jumping off point.
And, yeah, talking about the 3 Tower Bridge, the first-time starter bred by the man who bred the Triple Crown winner, Justified, John Gunther. Filly by Street Sense, who's 4-1 on the board for Chad Brown as well.
Yeah, I mean, presumably when you see them not only debuting later, but also debuting at 7 furlongs, it's probably an indication that they're horses that may be more effective going longer. You're going to look for shorter races if you feel like they have brilliant speed. Though, like Maggie said, that workout in Virtual Reality is fast, but it was over a year ago, and it's just so hard to suggest. It would be unfair to suggest that that workout is something you should take into serious account. It's just a piece of information.
We'll get a better look at them coming up here in a moment in this post parade. As they come through the tunnel. As far as the pick 6, was there a standout for you in the sequence?
I thought races were wide open. I like Sugar Gray Leonard and Big Venezuela a little bit in the next race coming up, race number 5.
You like Galt in that 7th,
yeah,
right?
But that race is wide open. I mean, as you said, it's a 5-horse field, but I don't think I'd be too surprised. I didn't love the outside horse, but I guess he has a chance. David Jacobson, I thought these races were pretty wide open. I like the 2 Shopping at Bloomies in the last a little bit.
Here is undoubtedly Juddmonte filly for Hall of Famer Bill Mott.
I mean, Bill Mott is now trying a little less distance. The horse that's shown speed in her dirt starts, but she just stops when the racing's being run. Maybe she'll improve. Maybe she found the right field.
Here's the current favorite, Virtual Reality, debuting for Chad Brown.
But she's not being bet like there's a massive story that she's a huge runner here. Now, maybe she goes down the late stages, and I just picked her basically on the sort of thinking in reverse.
Her stablemate debuting as well, Tower Bridge.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little more turf pedigree in this horse. The second generation is dirt, but she could be dangerous as well.
Risk Free, she's the experience of the field. This is her 13th start. Oh, sorry, Miss Solveig. I'm skipping ahead. Rad Ortiz Jr.
That's my job to screw it up, Greg, not yours. She finished behind Risk Free, though it was a sloppy track of laugh. I thought she had a chance.
We jump to the 6. First-time starter for Bill Mott as well as Godolphin homebred, Buttercake.
The second dam Fast Cookie was a good turf horse, but she's the dam of Frosted.
And here's Risk Free, making career start number 13 with Javier Castellano.
She made $124,000 in 12 starts, not winning. With 4 seconds, 4 thirds, she shows up every time. She's just not good enough.
We're going to take a look at her. From her most recent effort on this wet track at Aqueduct, where she ran 2nd from a stalking position.
And Miss Solveig was 3rd. I mean, both these horses had sort of similar trips, and she was able to beat Miss Solveig. On the other hand, I just thought Risk Free has had so many chances to win. It keeps finding somebody better than her. So if one of these 2 horses was going to win, I prefer the less raced Miss Solveig. But she's a rare Irad Ortiz horse, not taking much money. But you know, you look at this board. Yeah, Virtual Reality is the favorite, but she's not taking a ton of money, and nobody's really taking a lot of money in here, right? very, very strong rider, which certainly helped in this situation. I got to feel a little sorry for poor Risk Free. I mean, it felt like Risk Free was finally going to get there. Now, maybe second just keeps getting her checks, and maybe winning doesn't help her, but she really ran a winning race here. She put away the other speed. She held up the closers, but I guess virtual reality figured it out just in time.
Debut win for the daughter of cloud computing, Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, Manny Franco, and wins as your 2-1 favorite to start off this pick six. 2, 5, 4, 1. First time starter and a filly making her 13th career start. Big discrepancy with the experience here, and it goes to the new face. Just barely. Well, the price is when we come back.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
In the back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharoah. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Corniche.
Corniche, the newest champion to Coolmore, America.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on our FS1 coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, race 5 is next at Churchill Downs. Starts the late pick 5. Maidens, they're all looking for that first win here. 6.5 furlong sprint and some expensive purchases.
Their second starts.
Under advisement, start number 2, ran second at Keeneland first time out for Brendan Walsh.
Yeah, it wasn't that strong a race, but she earned a reasonable 68 buyer. She has to be considered a player here.
First time starter next door at 11:01. Call again, Arrogate filly.
I mean, the pedigree of the dam side is all turf. They're running dirt first time. Maybe that's a positive. Taking no money, though. Another Juddmonte runner.
Yeah, for Belmont. We just saw Belmont, Juddmonte team up with undoubtedly at Belmont. Fast and Happy, Tom Drury Jr. trains with Joe Talamo.
Only has the one race in the dirt, and it was probably the best race that she's run. Not impossible.
Yeah, Run Happy filly, who was a distant second in her dirt debut. Another Run Happy next door, Happy MI for Dallas Stewart.
Taking some money at 8-1 after her first start where she was 8-1, and she was close early, but ran awful at the end, right? Beating a pole.
11:01 next door on a filly making her third start on her third different surface.
Yeah, a mile and a half, a year and a half layoff. The dam was an extremely good router on the dirt, a horse that was claimed by Rick Dutrow that went on to win multiple stakes, including the Ashland, and lost as the favorite in the Kentucky Oaks.
Steve Asmussen, Winchell Thoroughbreds with a Gun Runner filly debuting.
No money for this Gun Runner first time out. So many are runners, and there is some real pedigree in the dam side as well.
And outside, $1.25 million in the Keeneland September yearling sale of 2021 for this Daughter of Into Mischief, trained by Brad Cox. Debut coming up.
Yeah, it's after Christophe Clement runner that actually was sort of mediocre, that ran around here, around 70 buyer-ish type. The dam was very, very good. Obviously, the money is coming in. But let me ask you a question, Greg. Is the money coming in as a big story, or is it because of the purchase price, or maybe both?
Well, maybe Paula Duca has more on that for us. Is she the real deal? What's the story with Pumpkin Scone, Paulie?
Well, I think you could take it both ways. You know, Andy hit the nail on the head, and Bella Chalace, if I'm not mistaken, she won the Alabama. She's a Grade 1 winner. There's Grade 1 winners all over the family. Now, she had a full sister at a Tapit that actually went for the same purchase price a couple years ago, and that horse broke her maiden in the first start. Now, is this horse... Did the horse go through the sales at $1.2 million because of the family? I want to say there's another part of the family where half-brother won the Travers, too. So there's just Grade 1s up and down when it comes to the female side. And, you know, the other part about it is Into Mischiefs. Spendthrift seems to buy back their Into Mischiefs if they think are very talented. So I think there's a lot of positives here with Pumpkin Scone. The negatives that you could have is I went back and I looked at her work that this horse was working with Paddington. Paddington debuted yesterday and ran a subpar fourth, was wide most of the way, but did not run that well. And, you know, the buzz all over the racetrack was that this horse really could run in the morning, the 8. I thought maybe under his 2-year-olds are starting to fire, and they usually start to fire at this time of the year. But we'll see how good this filly is on the outside. Pumpkin Scone, Greg.
Fine breaking from the inside as firsters. So I understand why you kind of prefer the outside post. I think you want, to me, you want the outside because it allows, especially if you have speed, to sort of make your own position. When you draw inside, if you don't have speed, you have to like sort of work to find that position. That I think is bigger draw. I don't think it hurts the horses. Horses get left from every post.
Well, and just horses can come over on you and take away your space.
Well, sure, but they can also come over on the outside. I mean, it's not, I mean, obviously far outside, it lessens, you know, when you have a horse with gait issues, getting the far outside post often helps. They go in last, there's only one horse inside of them. But I just feel as though it's a little overrated. People worry about it more. The numbers say firsters breaking from the rail. Look at it in Saratoga. You'll see it with 2-year-olds. They do just fine.
See how Pumpkin Scone does in her debut. She's the one outside the 8, $1.25 million purchase price. Trained by two-time champion trainer Brad Cox. Debut coming up. There she is. Here's the 5th from Churchill. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Happy Am I, mid-pack, fires out fast, and Pumpkin Scone is there. So too Absinthe, and Uncorked is up there as well. And now that one backs out as they cross over. So it's Absinthe up for narrow lead. Happy Am I second toward the rail, and Pumpkin Scone is right there third outside. Uncorked angles over toward the rail to track them from 4th, a margin of 3 back to under advisement, now 5th. Call Again had a bit of a slow start, but it's advancing outside of Motown Mayhem and Fast and Happy the trailer. They hit the far turn, knocked out a quarter in 22 and 1. Happy Am I short lead, Absinthe right there. Pumpkin Scone hovering to their outside 3rd. Uncorked 2 lengths farther back in 4th. Call Again comes on to grab 5th. Under advisements on the move as well. Fast and Happy's going wide. Coming for the top of the stretch. Absinthe comes on to take the lead. Happy Am I's back to 2nd. Pumpkin Scone cut loose now, and here she comes, and she's roused to the lead. But Absinthe and Bolden comes right back. Pumpkin Scone and Absinthe brushing shoulders right at the 8th pole. Absinthe determined, Pumpkin Scone, Motown Mayhem, motoring down the center to nail them both on the wire. Motown Mayhem jumped in the picture very late and got it. Tight for 2nd, Pumpkin Scone or Absinthe, and it was either Fast and Happy or Happy Am I.
Well, Pumpkin Scone and Absinthe, the 8 and the 7, battling, brushing down the stretch. Look at the back of the pack. Here comes the 1 Motown Mayhem.
Source did not break well, settled well back in the pack. Julian Leparoux was searching for a seam. He couldn't find it. He had to wait to get the far outside. But once this horse got out in the clear, and she's a big horse, right? Look at her. Just flying by those horses, or maybe not that big. And we mentioned in the post-parade, Greg, Mark Casse has done very well in the past, going turf to dirt with maidens, especially second-time starters, and this one was no exception. Pumpkin Scone, I'm going to say no excuse whatsoever. Going to have to do a little bit better to justify that price.
Yeah, I'll give a pass on a debut.
I'm going to bet against her next time she runs.
Still could certainly build from that. Got an education first time out. But yeah, Motown Mayhem, impressive here in her dirt debut. Back to Belmont, and pick 6 begins with Virtual Reality first time out. Wearing down Risk Free, who again was making career start number 13, ran a very big race and just comes up a little bit short. As I think we're going to get there. There we go.
Yeah, poor Risk Free. She really ran so well in here. Virtual Reality's just figuring it out. Probably a horse that'll improve with more distance. And she gets the job done this time as a lukewarm favorite.
$6.40 for the victory. First-time starter for Chad Brown, daughter of Cloud Computing, his Preakness winner. And the pick 6 underway, late pick 5 to come. I'll kick that off with the MIG, who joins me after a short time out. So long to Andy Serling. I enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it as well. I'll see you tomorrow. Looking forward to the big day tomorrow as well. And the rest of the races. Some really good races coming up, by the way. The 5th is an excellent race. The 8th is super competitive.
That's last we talked about. A lot of fun.
Yeah, looking forward to the rest of the card. I'll be watching.
And yeah, of course, our Memorial Day coverage too. We focus on New York bred. It's going to be an outstanding card. We hope you join us tomorrow as well. We're going to take a time out. We will be back. A lot more coming up. We'll look back to yesterday as well. And the Soaring Softly looked like it was not to be for Christophe Clement. His big favorite, Scratch, winds up winning it with his other runner, Queen Picasso, who's now 2 for 2 to start her career. Stay with us.
Is the sire of 6 Grade 1 winners from his first crop and currently ranks number 5 on the general sire list. In 2022, he led all stallions standing in North America by percentage of Grade 1 winners, percentage of Grade 1 stakes horses, percentage of stakes horses, and percentage of stakes winners. Owner Breeder Magazine wrote, 3 Chimneys is home to one of the most exciting young stallions in North America, one that is already eliciting comparisons with Danzig and Mr. Prospector.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. We do have the fifth race coming up here in the paddock. We are on the turf going the 7 furlongs as this does kick off the late pick 5 sequence. And we'll take a look at some of the shorter price horses here in the paddock as Drakon, the 1A in here, who will be breaking more towards the outside, is coming back to the NYRA circuit after a bit of a hiatus. We haven't seen him around here since the summertime up at Saratoga, but he's going to turn back a bit, and I actually really like it for him, looking at him physically. He's not one that's ever really lengthened in his frame. He's kind of just filled out, which I like, and he's built downhill a little bit more. So the 7 furlongs here today, I think, actually makes a good deal of sense for him. I don't love the Houston form that he comes in here off of because I question the overall quality of that field, and two, I think he hung a little bit, but I like him more now having laid eyes on him in the paddock and along with the distance cut back. Checking in with a somewhat speedy one from Shaban from Woodbine is number 3, Highly Flammable. I love Munning sprinting on the turf, and he is half to multiple graded stakes winning turf miler Mo Forza, and this is his first time on the turf, but he looks like a turf sprinter. Yeah, the 7 furlongs might be stretching him a bit, but he's really relaxed here. He's super healthy. I really like what I'm seeing from him. I think he's dangerous in here. Again, another one kind of like Drakon. I question the overall quality of the fields they've been facing, but again, they're not facing necessarily any killers here today. Moving on to number 6, Sugar Gray Leonard, who is taking a lot of early money here as he switches to Rick Dutrow. Rick Dutrow's one winner since coming back off the 10-year ban was a horse that he claimed from Leo Giramatti. Now, Sugar Gray Leonard is, I think, a better turf sprinter. The 7 furlongs concerns me a bit with him. And I know that sounds kind of counterintuitive given that he likes to come from way out of it and he doesn't have that much early pace. Though, in a positive thing, I will say that today he's really revved up. He was a handful to get the tack on, and he's a lot more amped up than what I've seen from him in the past. So yeah, he might lay a bit closer. I just wonder if he's one that really kind of needs that fast pace to close into. But all things looking good here, and I think he finally kind of gets to do what he's shown in at least that one start up at Saratoga an affinity for, as we get it back up to Greg, who is now joined by the one and only Richard Migliori. Guys?
Indeed. Thank you, Maggie. Always great to have Mig up here on set for the latter half of this Sunday card on Memorial Day weekend. Good to see you.
Great to be here. Beautiful day here out at Belmont Park. And it's so great to see all of those families barbecuing and picnicking from the 8th pole up towards the quarter pole. Just a great way to spend a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, if you can't be here, at least you get to see us on our FS1 coverage. And we have our best yet to come on this card. Yesterday, we saw one who may have a pretty big future for Christophe Clement. That was in the Soaring Softly. Queen Picasso, he had a couple of choices with this filly, either stretch her out to a mile and eighth and wonder again, wound up going with cutting her back in distance because we'd showing so much speed in the morning, and it pays off. You had to scratch the favorite in here, Love Appeals, winds up winning anyway.
And she was always traveling handily, Queen Picasso, right off of American Apple, who almost wound up on the lead by default. Nobody else really went. Turf course has been very lively, Greg. They've been yielding fast times. And she attended the pace, American Apple. They were never more than a half a length apart. And Queen Picasso just kicks away. And she is by Kingman. And every time I look at the Kingmans, I'm seeing horses that excel up to a mile. I'm not convinced they want to go a lot further, but they do have that brilliance.
It's our Coors Light highlight of the week. Queen Picasso now 2 for 2 after taking the Grade 3 soaring softly on Saturday. And that was part of a 4-win day for Jose Ortiz. This filly a half to a French Group 1 winner as well. So some big pedigree is there. She could have some big things in her future.
Strong pedigree, strong connections, and very professional filly. Just does everything right. And for a horse to be that professional in just their second start speaks so well for their future. And how about Jose Ortiz with that 4-win day, and his wife and Taylor and all the kids were here. They were making steady trips to the winner's circle.
Now you've said it several times over. Ever since he has come back to New York, Jose Ortiz, just riding with so much confidence.
He just looks so comfortable and so at ease. And riders, you know, at this level, it's so much about confidence, Greg. If your confidence level's high, you're just going to ride better.
Prices from Churchill Downs. You saw that big number, Motown Mayhem from Mark Casse. Debuted on turf, switching to dirt and cutting back in distance with the win, paying over $30. Getting by a couple of, well, certainly that hugely regarded first-time starter, Pumpkin Scone, that $1.25 million filly.
But she really finished too, huh? She settled, and the two leaders were battling, and they were so intent on each other, and then here comes the fresh legs on the outside.
Post parade coming up here in a race at Belmont that kicks off this late pick 5 sequence as they come through the tunnel. 7 furlongs on the turf in this 50,000 starter allowance, and it is Sugar Gray Leonard. Rick Dutrow gone from the game for a decade. Man who won a Kentucky Derby with Big Brown, won with his very first starter back. He's got the 8-5 favorite.
And all his horses are running well to boot, not just the wins, but the horses are performing.
Here's Sonic Speed, who will have the inside for Tom Morley.
Yeah, a horse that I like a little bit. He is coming off of freshening, but I like the 7 furlongs. A good starting off point for him.
That other half of the entry, Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard.
Yeah, Dracan, another one, turning back a little bit in distance and has had good speed in those 2-turn mile races.
1A breaks third to the outside. Here's the remaining half of that entry, Disarmed.
Yeah, Disarmed. Rudy Rodriguez took a while to break maiden, did it in an off the turf for last time, gets back to the turf, has run okay on the grass.
Post 6 for Disarmed, post 2 for Highly Flammable. Mark Casse trains.
Yeah, Highly Flammable. Really strong turf pedigree here, too, for Highly Flammable. I like this horse getting to the grass for the first time.
Yeah, back-to-back wins on synthetic for the 3. The 4 turns and conditions just claimed.
Yeah, Rob Falcone, who's having a terrific year. This horse, very impressive, winning last time for Randy Prasad, trying turf for the first time.
3-time winner on the lawn here is 6-year-old Bricko.
Bricko, 3rd time off the bench. Horse is 1 for 1 at the distance, too.
Pretty gray here. Sugar Gray Leonard, the favorite.
Sugar Gray Leonard certainly has a puncher's chance here, but he's definitely a contender.
Big Venezuela, you get nothing from me, Mig. 15-1.
I was waiting. I got nothing. Turned back in distance after showing speed most recently, going further.
8-1, King Moonracer. George Weaver trains.
I thought he was a little bit interesting. He has won at the 7 furlong distance, which is kind of a specialized hybrid distance on the turf. Has 1 race off the bench, shake off that ring rest, could be primed for a better effort.
And Starry Night getting back on grass. Last time out race was taken off.
Yeah, put a line through the last race. Didn't want any part of the dirt there. This is a horse that at times has had trouble getting out of the gate. I think the outside post really aids this horse, because if he is a step slow, at least he's not going to get pinched between 2 horses.
I welcome our new audience that has just joined us, Bally SoCal and San Diego. Those already with us on FS1. You're watching America's Day at the Races on our Memorial Day weekend coverage. We're with you tomorrow as well. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori, rest of the team with us as well as we get set for this late pick 5 coming up here at Belmont. This 5th race, 7 furlongs on the turf for those just joining us. 50,000 starter allowance. You see that pick 5 pool, 287,000 and growing.
Yeah, a real competitive race here to kick this off. I mean, just about trips. Turf racing, particularly turf sprints, are about trips. And who do you think is going to work out the best trip? I'm really kind of high on the 3-horse who's taking money, Highly Flammable. This is a horse that certainly has a pedigree. You know, half to Mo Forza. Mo Forza, a Grade 1 winner on turf.
Loved Mo Forza. Such a talented runner. I believe came back off a year layoff to win a Grade 1 as well.
Actually, you pretty much nailed it there. The horse came from an extended layoff, won the Del Mar Mile, also won the Hollywood Derby, which was a Grade 1. I mean, this is a very consistent performer, earner of over $1 million on the turf.
There's the 9-5 favorite, though, Sugar Gray Leonard, now with Rick Dutrow. 9-5 on the board. Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, we'll check in with the plain one of the entry, Sonic Speed, who I gotta say kind of warmed me up to him a little bit watching his warm-up. He definitely warmed up better than most of the field, but he is coming off of a layoff, which does concern me because he probably looks 90% fit. And on top of that, this is a horse that was entered for a claiming 35 and unfortunately was reined off the turf. So this is a tougher spot for him. And I just feel like it's, well, we got reined off. We have to find somewhere to put him. So I'll be watching optimistically. And like I said, I did really like the warm-up that he got with Trevor McCarthy. Number 4, Turns and Conditions. This is one that I was really interested in. Rob Falcone does excellent work. First off the claim, and he immediately switches this guy to the turf, where we've seen Will take charge as a sneaky turf sire. Actually hits around 15% with his turf horses. The dam went 2 for 7 on the turf, and every sibling to try the turf, which was 3 of them, won on it, including the very fast Hollis. This guy, I wish he looked more like a turf horse, though. There's really nothing about him physically that says turf, but Rob has him looking better than ever. At least there's that. So he's one at a price that I would not be afraid to use, and does get Manny Franco aboard as we'll move towards the outside with number 8, King Moonracer. He did get a quick pace in front of him, and then he just kind of flattened out late. Typical run for a horse that is indicating he needs one. He's a bit of a heavier type too, where he feels like he does need to race into fitness, but you kind of look at his form and he's one that it almost takes a couple more starts to get going. He looks great and he looks fairly tight here, but again, maybe he still needs the proverbial start and maybe 3rd off the bench, which is when a lot of horses will fire their best shot, is when we want King Moonracer. Same thing goes for number 9, Starry Night. I know Acacia was in the paddock, and I believe she thought this guy needed a start, and furthermore, he was on the dirt, which he says, I don't really like that anymore, especially coming back off the bench. He got very tired. He looks pretty tight here. I wish he was a little bit more energetic in the warm-up. I kind of liked him more in the paddock than what I did out on the racetrack. But again, guys, this is a really fascinating race, and maybe Sugar Gray Leonard here wins with the trainer's switch and getting back to that one good turf sprint. But I thought there were a lot of ways you could go in here.
Yeah, it's that one race, thank you, Maggie, from Sugar Gray Leonard. It's only been on the turf twice, but it was at Saratoga last summer, 5.5 furlongs, was forward on a pretty hot early pace in that race, ran second, beat 2 lengths, but then did not back it up in the second turf try.
No, didn't. And you wonder a little bit what happened to this horse's speed. I think if Sugar Gray Leonard's going to be effective, it's probably going to be getting forward position again. And how many times, Greg, we see horses break from the gate. When they break sharp, they kind of signal that they're going to run a good race, even if they don't show speed, as long as they break sharply.
And to be fair to Sugar Gray Leonard, and maybe that poor performance, potentially, something would have missed, was gone for 5 months, although turf season was not around as well, but the horse has shown ability, obviously, on the dirt, too. So we'll see what happens today. Public all over this one, returning to the lawn, 9-5 on the 6th with Jose Ortiz, who had that 4-win day yesterday, including that Soaring Softly win with Queen Picasso we just talked about. Start of the late pick 5. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
They are in the gate. And they're off. Dracon and Starry Night. Those two go out for the lead as Disarm now moves up, and Highly Flammable is down at the rail. So it is Disarm with the lead, Highly Flammable, and Starry Night second and third. Big Venezuela on the outside, races in 4th. Dracon is in 5th. to his inside, turns and conditions in 6th. Sugar Gray Leonard is in between horses, racing in 7th. Sonic Speed is next in 8th, followed by King Moon Racer in 9th. And at the back is the gray Bricko in 10th, opening quarter 22 and 2/5 seconds. Disarmed at the rail. And on the outside, it's Starry Night. The two of them are heads apart for the lead. Then it's Big Venezuela, who is in 3rd. Highly Flammable down at the rail, next in 4th, followed by Dracon in 5th. Turns in condition, runs in 6th. Sugar Gray Leonard is in 7th and beginning to move now, but will be forced very wide as the field comes into the stretch. The half mile in 46 seconds. On the outside here is a Big Venezuela. Disarmed continues to battle on down at the rail. Dracon is next. On the far outside, it is King Moon Racer and then Sugar Gray Leonard. Here comes Dracon. Disarmed is still there. Disarmed. Dracon. They come on for the finish. Dracon the winner. Dracon takes it. Close for second between Disarmed and Big Venezuela.
Kendrick Carmouche and a 4-year-old gelding coming in from Sam Houston for Robertino Diodoro with the win.
Yeah, a horse that's been running 2-turn mile races most recently, showing speed, turning back that 1/8 of a mile, getting a 1-turn 7 furlongs, sat off the pace under Kendrick, comes rallying down the center of the track. Some traffic troubles on the inside for Highly Flammable, some other horses getting some wide trips, but a nice trip for Dracon, gets the money with Kendrick.
First Samurai 4-year-old, 3rd win in 8 starts on the turf, coming in from a much softer circuit, but handling the switch here to the Big Apple and getting the job done at 5-1 as part of an entry, and probably would have been a much bigger price.
You know, 7 furlongs on the turf is such a high-bred distance. We don't run a tremendous amount of 7-furlong races. It's usually 5.5 in Saratoga or 6 here at Belmont, and then a mile or more. So this horse maybe just didn't quite want the mile, albeit against easier company at Sam Houston, and just gets a completely different trip going the 7 furlongs, rallying from off the pace instead of attending the pace like he did in his last 3 starts.
1A, 2, 7, 6. We don't think of Robertino Diodoro a lot, at least when we see him, because we see him so much at Oaklawn as, you know, a winning turf trainer.
Yeah, you don't see, honestly, most of his success is with dirt runners, and obviously spending the winter at Oaklawn would reinforce that because they don't have a turf course.
5-1 here to kick off this late pick 5. Dracon under Kendrick Carmouche begins the sequence. Well, the prices when we come back.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Glad to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon on our FS1 coverage. Regional networks out in Southern California. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The late pick 5 underway on the Sunday card here in New York. Dracon with Kendrick Carmouche for Robertino Diodoro, Zilla Racing Stables, your winning connections.
The son of First Samurai gets it done. Rallies from off the pace, worked out a good trip, was a little bit wide, but got to save ground early in the turn. So important, even if you're going to lose ground at some point in the midst of your rally, to save as much ground as possible on the turf. Kendrick tips out, and this horse really finished the deal today, Greg. I just think he really appreciated the 1/8 of a mile turn back in distance.
1-2 back at Sam Houston. Fair to kind of question that form here coming to New York in a much tougher circuit, but it holds up. Wins by about 3/4 of a length in the end. $13.60 for the victory. Big prices underneath with Disarmed at 15-1. Big Venezuela 17-1.
Disarmed was very game, took pressure on the front end and hung in there. It looked like Big Venezuela was going to outrun him for second, but Disarmed kept digging in, just could not hold off Dracon at $13.60.
$439 trifecta, I should say, for 50 cents. Not bad. So we move on to race 6. Starts the pick 4 at 6 furlongs on the inner turf. Horses who have not won 3 lifetime, all for sale for $35,000 in this field coming up. And right now the favorite, Dufresne. Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz. Let's get back to Churchill. And their 6th race. 5.5 furlong turf sprint coming up, an allowance optional claiming field. And we'll get to our post parade here in a moment. Coffee Maker, the 11. Major player in this spot for Wesley Ward, but got to deal with an outside post. We start with Laura's Charm.
Turning back in distance and just feels like she's going to be pretty outrun here going 5.5.
Linguistic next door taking money and has some tactical speed here. New Barn Eric Foster.
Yeah, a horse that could actually work out a really good trip. She's very tactical. She's not slow, but she doesn't have to get involved with the fast pace. And you get Tyler Gaffalione.
Quick Money showed speed from the outset on this Churchill Downs Turf Course last start off the bench.
I thought she ran extremely well last time. Keeps Raylu Gutierrez, who now has some experience with her, and projects to be up on the pace again.
Atlantic Strike was in that same race, was 4th, beat 3 lengths.
A filly that was flashing good speed on synthetic was just outfooted a little bit, but ran on a little bit towards the end, kind of ran evenly.
14-1 on Frozen Solid, a 2-time winner on the turf.
Yeah, another one that comes out of the same race. Adds blinkers after really not getting involved at all early last time. Maybe Brian Lynch wants this one a little bit more forward.
Yeah, both her wins came at Gulfstream Park. Here is Sunday Grace. She makes her 4-year-old debut coming up.
Yeah, I think she lands in a pretty tough spot for her return, but did try Stakes Company last fall. Wasn't badly beating in the turf sprint.
Turf debut coming up for Boudoir Burlesque.
Yeah, this is a half to the horse that we're familiar with, Milton the Monster. The mare has produced 1 turf winner, but not overwhelmingly turf on the female side.
Madrilena, Paulo Lobo, very sharp trainer, conditions this one.
I really like this horse. This is my top selection. I just think this horse is going to sit a really good trip after finishing well last time.
Margie's Kitchen, 14-1. Michelle Lovell trains.
Yeah, a horse that broke her maiden nicely. Excuse me, I should say won nicely at Colonial last year sprinting. Looks like she runs her best when she's involved. I don't know if she's got enough speed to keep up with a few of these.
Huge number on Awesome Lawson, who's 0-for-7 on the lawn.
Yeah, it just would be a big surprise.
And always taking attention in these turf sprints, especially Wesley Ward. He's got Coffee Maker, and he has Luis Saez aboard.
A huge effort from this filly last fall at Keeneland. Had a race now to kind of shake the ring rust off. Good outside draw with Luis Saez.
Only saw her once as a 3-year-old after she was 3rd beat a length at the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Here's the 12, Daring Do, Wesley Ward as well, so stablemate to the favorite.
Yeah, it feels like this one's going to have to improve, but we've seen Wesley's horses improve. He puts a 5-pound apprentice aboard, and you know Wesley was the Eclipse Award winning apprentice as a jockey when he was a kid, and he likes to help young people out. I think he rode Dylan Davis on his very first mount back in Saratoga when he was a triple bug.
Well, let's get to Paul LaDuca. Paulie, what do you make of this Wesley Ward tandem?
Well, it's kind of a double-edged sword, right, Greg? Because we've seen a lot of these Wesley Ward horses that ran so well. I mean, he dominated at Keeneland, that have come here, like Bound of Nowhere and a couple of others that have disappointed. Now, the 11 in here, Coffeeman, and the 12, both of his horses that he has, I will say it's a good sign. It's the first time I've seen Wesley here at Churchill Downs. He made the trek from Keeneland to saddle the 11 Coffeeman. And, you know, Mig made a good point. 2 starts back, the horse was dominant at Keeneland. And then last time at Keeneland, you know, on April 13th, it was off a long layoff, so probably needed that race. But it seems like Wesley does well off any kind of layoffs. But the public is jumping in for some more. And you know what? She's got the credentials. She was 3rd in a Breeders' Cup race. She's been in some very, very tough company. I'm just a tiny bit worried because the Wesley horses have not been firing. That's why I think Daring Do, you know, he uses Walter Rodriguez a lot. Mig was talking about the Bug Boy. And he's a kind of rider. I think he's actually a Bug Boy that's actually better off the pace. He kind of settles. So maybe the 11 is the one that pushes forward, and the other Wesley sort of drops back a little bit. I thought Frozen Solid, the 5 is interesting, putting the blinkers on, along with the 2 Linguistic, changing barns to the Eric Foster barn. You know, this horse has got a couple of races on the turf that could compete here. But you see on the 2, I don't know, obviously Tyler Gaffione takes them out, but Gerardo Corrales has been on fire, and I'm with Megan here. I love Madrilena. You know, Paulo Lobo won the turf sprint, I think I want to say yesterday, very easily. He had a first-time starter that ran very, very well yesterday that he even told me, wait for this horse to run second time out on the turf. I think this horse is primed for a really good effort. And Gerardo Corrales is riding very, very well right now. So I'll take the 8 on top on here with the price.
Yeah, there's a lot of positives with Madrilena, the 8 now, that price coming down at 5-1. Both turf starts in the States, just narrow misses, runner-up finishes.
Yeah, I just feel like her form is a little dirtied up. You know, you've got a dirt race sprinkled in there, a synthetic, but all her turf races are good. And I had the pleasure to ride for Paulo Lobo out in Southern California. He is a tremendous horseman. You know, there are trainers that win races that maybe you don't respect as much. You know, they're good managers. He's the package. He's a good manager, but he's also a good horseman.
Terrific trainer. Won an Eclipse Award with Farda Amiga, 3-year-old filly champion.
Pico Central here, winning the Met Mile.
Very talented. And he's got Madrilena, the 8 here. Wesley Ward with the 11, Coffee Maker. And the 12, Daring Do, coming off that impressive performance at Keeneland. Nice 1-2 punch for WW. Let's go to Travis Stone. Here's the 6 from Churchill and the start of their pick 4.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Coffee Maker, Daring Do, Sunday Grace is there, Frozen Solid, and Quick Money down inside is punched up on through. She's up to engage Coffee Maker. These two go head-to-head early. Frozen Solid on the chase from 3rd. Daring Do's now 4th. Losing ground is Sunday Grace back into 5th. Atlanta Strikes on the move from 6th. Margie's Kitchen far outside 7th. Awesome Lawson way outside there 8th. Boudoir Burlesque is 9th. Linguistic is racing in 10th. Madrilena is back at 11th, and Laura's Charms to trailer. And the leader is Quick Money. Quick Money, a length and a half advantage heading for the quarter pole. Coffee Maker's right there, and Frozen Solid ready to roll down inside, while 3rd. Daring Do comes wide off the turn 4th. Atlantic Strike within range 5th, heading for the mid-stretch marker. Coffee Maker powers up to the front. Daring Do finishing with Coffee Maker. These two, 1-2. Linguistic is late on the scene and is coming on strongly. Time running out. Coffee Maker, Daring Do, Linguistic. Here's the wire. Coffee Maker. The winner in the end, Linguistic ran 2nd. Daring Do was 3rd. Frozen Solid 4th. And Boudoir Burlesque was 5th.
Graded stakes placed in the past. 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint is a 2-year-old Coffee Maker. Wins for the 2nd time in the last 3 starts.
hustled away from the gate under Luis Saez, got great position and kept finding. Looked at one point like Wesley Ward was going to finish 1-2 here, daring do. Good effort from the outside, just to be nipped late by the late rallying number 2 Linguistic under Tyler Gaffalione.
Good run as well, yeah, from Derry Dew. Just second time on the lawn, but Coffee Maker, Saez, Wesley Ward. And now just the second win on the lawn. Hopefully Wesley can keep around for a little bit. Just that one start last year, obviously a lot of ability.
A lot of ability, and how about the fact that she broke her maiden so impressively on the dirt as a 2-year-old going 4.5 furlongs at Keeneland, has never run on the dirt again, but obviously she handles the turf very well too.
That's it for me. Keisha Clement coming in to take over hosting duties after this short timeout. A lot more coming up. Very intriguing second half of this card from Belmont Park on the way. You'll see it all next as FS1 coverage continues.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit WarDancerStud.com to book your mayor today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for tuning in and joining us and spending your Sunday afternoon here on America's Day at the Races as we have horses in the paddock for today's 6th race. It does kick off the late pick 4 sequence here at beautiful Belmont Park. And we'll take a look at the horse who is your current favorite for Linda Rice, making her 2nd start off the bench and for this barn. That's Dufresne. Now, maybe you think, is she more of a dirt horse? I don't think so. I think she's built to be a turf sprinter. And that's what she gets to do today, despite running the mile on the dirt in her last 2. One of them, a nice win. The other, very disappointing. I was not in the paddock for her first start back, but she is one that does tend to wear how she's doing on her sleeve, in that sometimes she doesn't look good in her coat, results in a poor effort, or not carrying enough weight, poor effort. She looks good here. She's dappled head to toe. She looks incredibly fit and strong. And I just think that sprinting here on the turf is what she is built to do. Next, we'll check in with number 2 on the rail, Angela's Party Girl. Now, she's one that was disappointing in her last start. Granted, it was a first start in a couple months, but she was dueling on the front end. It was a quick pace, but the horse she was dueling with won that effort, and she finished really, really well back. The most appealing thing about her is her trainer, Jorge Duarte's stats with his turf turnbacks. He's 5 for 19 with a 354 ROI. Now, Angela's Party Girl, she is a bit of a taller, leggier type. She's not that convincing physically, but she looks excellent overall. I mean, I know that poor effort last time kind of sticks out, and is she really that good anyway? But at least she definitely looks the part here in the paddock. As we'll check in with number 1, Fantail, as she gets back to the turf for the first time in a while and sprinting on the turf. To me, this looks as though what she wants to do. Can she get back to some of that good form? I'm not sure. That's the thing that concerns me most, because I wish she just looked a bit better from the overall perspective, but definitely claimed with that in mind. As we get it back upstairs to Acacia Clement, who rejoins the show, and she's standing by with Richie.
Thanks a lot, Maggie. Glad to be back with the team for the second half of the show here, this time up on the desk and ready to tackle the rest of these races. Richie and Maggie talked about some of the horses in the paddock for this upcoming 6th race, sprinting on the inner turf. And it's an interesting little race, as you and Greg were talking about before he stepped off here. Some good races as we continue on through this Sunday card.
Really good races, and I think some real handicapping conundrums, right? So different ways you can go. I'm a real big fan of Jorge Duarte. Maggie was talking about the 2 Angeles Party Girl. He was a really good rider. He actually was an apprentice right here in New York before he went to work for Al Goldberg and as his assistant trainer, and ultimately taking over as the main trainer for Colts Neck Stables after Al Goldberg retired.
Post-parade coming up. Here's the remaining part of the entry. Fantail back on the grass.
Yeah, is it the Goldilocks effect? Sprinting on the grass, right surface, right distance. She has competed once sprinting on the turf and was second.
You mentioned Jorge Duarte. Here's his charge, Angeles Party Girl.
I like to turn back in distance after showing high speed, going further in a fast pace, and you get Irad Ortiz Jr. probably gets a different kind of trip today.
First time on the grass for Everyone Loves Linda.
Yeah, looking at, pedigree, and this one's Grand Dam was a stakes winner on the turf, so there is some turf pedigree on the female side.
There is in the 2nd generation there. Brisky Frolic will be next back to the turf.
Yeah, and sprinting on the turf, which I think could be key, although she's tried it before without success, but she showed good speed last time sprinting on the dirt, good speed previous going long on the turf. Another one, maybe everything comes together today.
Here's the 5, Just a Nyquist, first time on the turf since last June.
Yeah, and first time sprinting on the turf, so it'll be interesting to see. This horse has been steady diet recently of dirt sprints.
Dufresne is next, still your favorite at 2-1.
I love horses with clever names. Dufresne by Uncaptured out of Rapids. Andy Dufresne for you Shawshank Redemption fans. But I think Dufresne's certainly a player here.
And I was the one in the paddock for her last race. Didn't love her warm-up that day, so we'll see if she can take a step forward today as your favorite. Here's the 7, More Mango, big price.
Yeah, big price, and rightfully so. 3 tries, turf sprinting without any success would be a surprise.
That's the field for race 6 today at beautiful Belmont Park. I want to remind everybody, we are now less than 2 weeks away to the Belmont Stakes, and the official betting side of the Belmont is a $25 free bet with Naira Bets. You can get a $200 deposit match bonus as well. You've used promo code Belmont25. Experience the excitement of the Belmont Stakes. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and a $200 deposit match bonus. Heading back over to the rail, the number 2, Angeles Party Girl. Getting a big warm-up from Irad Ortiz, as Maggie touched on. She did a duel with Katie Zalady, who ended up winning that race last time out, and then she just faded. We're taking a look at her win, which is 2 starts back down at Gulfstream, where she was able to control on the front end.
It just seems like she's gotten a bit more headstrong as she's gotten older, where she was more of a closing type. And she's been kind of dragging her riders into the race, and that's why I like the turn back for her. I think that she'll get out-footed, but sit a good pocket trip here. And she showed a lot of tenacity here, Acacia. It looked like she was going to be passed, and she just kept digging in, sticking her head out, did not want to lose.
Was able to get the win there that day. Can she get back on track? She also takes a little bit of a drop in class for that cut back in distance, 5-2 on Angela's Party Girl. Your favorite continues to be the number 6, Dufresne, who Jose Ortiz is aboard between the 2 brothers. They won 7 out of 10 races yesterday.
It feels like there will be a day when they just sweep the card between the 2 brothers, right? They're always on live horses. I think you could probably bet them blindly in exacta boxes and turn a profit.
It's just amazing, truly. Jose Ortiz will be back aboard Dufresne. He piloted her to her last win, which was on the dirt back in December. Maggie talking about her physicality, though, how it lends itself more towards sprinting on the turf, which is what she'll do. More on these horses warming up. Let's go back to Maggie.
And we'll check in with a horse trying the turf for the first time. Everyone loves Linda. Now, her sire, Secret Circle, in a limited number of starters, has produced a high percentage of turf sprinters, actually hitting at 25%. And on the bottom side, the dam never tried the turf. There's one sibling to try it and did not like it, though there is some turf going back a generation. The second dam, Artie's Virginia Girl, did run some fast figures on it and was stakes placed. I don't really see it physically, though, with Everyone Loves Linda, I'll be honest. And coming back off the layoff, I wish she looked better, to be perfectly honest as well. So Richie and I continue to think the same way. But let's talk about number 5, Justin Nyquist. To me, this is a turf horse. I know her form might not suggest that when you kind of look at it at face value, but she just has that big, loping, kind of bouncy stride to her. She has a massive turf hoof to her. I just don't think that sprinting is really the thing, but she's shown that she can sprint on the dirt. So I think she's a little intriguing. Of like the higher priced horses, she's the one I'd want to kind of use underneath, but man, the one horse who continued to win me over from the paddock to the racetrack was Angela's Party Girl. She just looked phenomenal in the warm-up occasion.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Angela's Party Girl, 3-1. Maggie and Richie on this one. She got some good comments as far as her warm-up was concerned. And Richie, I know that when you were riding, you're a big believer in warm-ups. And how important is it, too, especially when you're sprinting and with a horse that, like you were touching on with her, she really does seem to kind of pull her rider. She wants to go forward.
Yeah, but those were in longer races, right? But you want her focused. And I believe in warm-ups. You're asking a 1,000-pound animal to go from 0 to 35 in one stride. They need to warm up. They need to limber up those muscles. They need to get their blood pumping. And I just think that her warm-up is what won me over. I agree with Maggie. The way she galloped over to the backstretch, really framed up, collected herself, bowed her head nicely. I really love what I saw from her physically.
For once, Irad Ortiz is not the favorite, too. So you're getting 3-1 on this filly, Angela's Party Girl. The number 4, Brisky Frolic, is taking a little attention at 7-2. She gets back to the turf. She hasn't sprinted on the turf in quite a while. What is your thoughts on this one, as she has shown some speed, but going in longer races?
Yeah, but she's coming out of a dirt sprint where she showed speed. So you got to think that now maybe putting it all together, sprinting on the turf, everything is going to align for her. She should be forward. I don't think she needs the lead, but position is just so important. And, when we talk about riders riding well or riders not riding as well, usually it's about who is very position conscious, who's giving their horse the best opportunity to maximize their abilities. A rider could do everything right. If the horse isn't good enough, they're not going to win. But you got to give them that opportunity.
3-2 now on the number 6. Dufresne gets back to the turf, cutting back in distance for Linda Rice. Linda's barn, who has been just sensational over here at Belmont after a very strong winter for her as well.
Yeah, I mean, hitting consistently now. She's at 24% at this meet, 25% overall this year. And you get Jose Ortiz, who just feels like between Jose Ortiz and Jose Lezcano, those are her 2 go-to guys.
Jose Ortiz, who, excuse me, as mentioned, had a 4-win day yesterday, including the feature in the Soaring Softly. Looking to pick up some more wins to add to his Memorial Day weekend tally on your current 3-2 favorite. We'll see if Dufresne can get back to the winner's circle on the turf. As they start to load in, pick 4, kicking off here in race number 6 on this Sunday. Looking forward to the card tomorrow. We'll preview it in a little bit, but that Big Apple Showcase Day with all those good New York bred races, and especially the commentator came up with a big field, Richie.
13 horses in the commentator, and it feels like that's appropriate. Commentator was a warrior, a horse that showed up, put it on the line. So you feel like you're getting this lineup of those kind of New York breds in there.
That'll be tomorrow, Monday, special Memorial Day racing card. We hope that you'll either come out and join us, and of course you can catch all the action on America's Day at the Races as they load in for the 6th here today at Belmont. Here's the voice of Belmont, John Imbriel, for the call.
Set for race number 6. And they're off. Dufresne broke well. Now moving up on the inside is Everyone Loves Linda. Everyone Loves Linda to the front. Angela's Party Girl and Brisky Frolic are right together, 2nd and 3rd. Dufresne is now back running in 4th. Then Fantail in 5th, almost 3 lengths. Back to More Mango and Justin Nyquist trails the field in 7th. Everyone Loves Linda leads here by a length with Brisky Frolic racing in 2nd through a quarter in 22 and 3. Angela's Party Girl down at the rail, racing in 3rd. And then it's the favorite Dufresne in 4th, 3.5 off the lead. Fantail is 5th. Everyone Loves Linda, 3 parts of a length. Brisky Frolic on the outside, and Angela's Party Girl is just in behind those front 2 as they come for the quarter pole. It is Everyone Loves Linda on the outside, Brisky Frolic. Angela's Party Girl looking for a way through. Stymied right now, nowhere to go for Angela's Party Girl. She'll have to switch to the outside. It's Everyone Loves Linda and Brisky Frolic. And Angela's Party Girl now with running room on the outside, but they're coming for the finish. Everyone Loves Linda and Brisky Frolic, and it's going to be very tight, and it is too tight to call. Too tight to call. Everyone Loves Linda or Brisky Frolic.
A tight photo finish. Everyone Loves Linda. Her first start on the turf. She tried to take them every step. Pressure late from the 4 Brisky Frolic, and it was noses up and down to the wire.
Yeah, a lot going on in the stretch here. Angela's Party Girl tried to split the 4 Brisky Frolic and the 2 Everyone Loves Linda. Manny Franco kept that door shut, was not going to allow him to get up in there. He had a steady, then just really couldn't rally when she got clear. And now it's noses up and down on the line. Let's see where their noses are when they hit the finish.
You can usually tell with the slow-mo. Oh, the inside horse might have gotten the best bob, I think.
Inside got the best of bob. I will say this, it appeared to me on the pan shot that the inside horse did come out into the 4 Brisky Frolic. It'll be interesting to see a head-on and how dramatic it was. Usually when you could see it on the pan, it's even worse on the head-on.
You ask and you shall receive. So the Yellow Silks is the number 3. Everyone Loves Linda, and it is unofficially 3-4-2-1 down to the wire. What do you see here, Richie?
Yeah, well, you see Dylan Davis switch to a left-handed crop, came out a little bit, but Manny was floating away from him. Then late comes out again, but they make no contact because the outside horse was drifting away, and Dylan was just taking up that slack. No harm, no foul.
And it was the number 3, Everyone Loves Linda, in her turf debut, able to get her nose down first on the line. We saw Dylan Davis earlier in the day put a horse on the front end and got nabbed for second. But he's a rider that's a talented rider, and it's been in a little bit of a slump recently. How important is it to get these wins? And I'm sure in a photo finish, a desperate photo feels even better too.
Well, races like this are going to help you come out of that slump, give you the confidence. You know, he's just been beaten in so many photos recently, and sometimes you just snake bit. But one thing about Dylan, when he's riding well, it's because he's putting horses in position. And lately, he just hasn't been as aggressive. He hasn't been putting horses in position. And that's old habits for him. And when he falls back into those old habits, he's not riding as well. Maybe today you're kind of seeing him come out of that and starting to put horses in the game again.
5-1 winner. Everyone Loves Linda in her first start on the turf for trainer Charlie Baker. Dylan Davis gets the win in that tight photo finish. We'll bring you prices and more after this on America's Day at the Races.
The starting gate, it's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold Front put to the test. Mo Cash on the outside trying to go with it, but Cold Front kicks away. Cold Front 2.5. Cold Front does it again, firing the field in the Amsterdam.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. In race number 6 at Belmont Park, the number 3, Everyone Loves Linda, in the first turf start of her career. She's able to take them gate to wire and hold off the charge of Frisky Frolic.
Yeah, good job by Eddie Barker getting her on the turf. We talked about there being turf in the pedigree, the Grand Dam having won a stake in the turf. You can see right there where Angela's Party Girl was just bottled up. And it's important for people to differentiate a bad ride from an unlucky ride. This was just unlucky for Irad Ortiz. You're going to win turf races, more turf races, saving ground, sitting that pocket trip. It just didn't open up. And then his mare wound up flattening up a little bit after she steadied. Frisky Frolic was very game. But Everyone Loves Linda got her nose down in front at 13:20.
Congratulations if your name's Linda. There's a look at the photo. Truly was a nose indeed. Very tight there. Frisky Frolic, close and pressing over Everyone Loves Linda off the layoff and first time on the turf to get the job done. That's the 6th race at Belmont Park. And take a look at what's coming up tomorrow. As mentioned before, that upcoming 6th race, Big Apple Showcase Day, the New York Breds in the spotlight. Here's a look at the stakes that will be on tap. Something for everybody. 6 stakes for the New York Breds. We love to see it. We love these days where we have a chance to highlight the New York Breds and the strong New York breeding program that we have here in the state. Of course, the feature, the $200,000 commentator, will go as race number 9. And Richie, as you mentioned, 13 horses carded in here. Very competitive runners. You've got some horses in terrific form right now. And taking a look at the field, 9 to 5 in the morning line on Dr. Ardito, who is a horse that we saw kind of stringing all of those races together. Tried Open Company in the Westchester prior to that. But this horse has done a lot of good stuff against fellow New York Breds.
He really has. I mean, he's 6 for 8 lifetime with a second. Last time, just a little overmatched in the Westchester. He earned his right to try that, no doubt about it. Here he is with Bankit, and he and Bankit put on quite a show. Bankit showed a bit more speed on this particular day, made the lead, and then Dr. Ardito had to work hard to get by him. But I think it's also a tale of, you've got Dr. Ardito, who's 6 wins from 8 starts. You got Bankit, 8 wins from 39 starts, but 12 seconds. And he's really racked up a lot of seconds. He's also racked up a lot of money with nearly $1.3 million in earnings.
Yeah, he's a 7-year-old now. Bankit by Central Banker is as consistent as they come. Actually, the 2021 winner of the commentator as well. Bankit will stretch back out in distance, and he's the old veteran that we expect to see in these types of races. You've got some of the interesting new shooters in there too, but super competitive race. The commentator, that's part of our Big Apple Showcase Day on Monday, special Memorial Day card coming up. Back to today, we turn our attention back over to Churchill Downs, as that's our next order of business. Race 7, 6 furlongs in this nice allowance race, 3-year-olds and upward as horses head out from the paddock. Zambezi, currently your favorite for Steve Asmussen, as he broke his maiden impressively last time out, and he'll kick off the post parade.
Yeah, a horse that did take any money at all first time out, finished 3rd, I thought, with a decent effort, and then came back with another solid effort to win by daylight. And was a good-looking son of Candy right here.
Yeah, definitely is. As it looked like he, who faced some good horses on that first race, took a step forward in his second start. Here's Bohemian Bow.
A Arkansas bred who has shown steady progress, improved in every start, and last time was best yet. Just a little bit tougher company, but that was a real good effort last time.
There could be a quick pace in here. Here's Lark's Mischief.
Another one that has some speed, and it's Steve Asmussen. He also has the one Zambezi. I think Lark's Mischief is just a little bit faster naturally early.
Yeah, he's got that early foot. You saw it on display last time at Oaklawn when he broke his maiden. Another horse with a little speed, Midnight Taxes.
And yet another one that should add some pace to the affair, particularly with Mitchell Morrow, a rider that seems to me to get horses to break well. He's a good gate rider, and he likes to have his horses forward.
Now your favorite at 8 to 5. Here's Deer District.
And the white-hot Dale Romans barn, his new go-to guy in Martin Garcia, and a true closer in a race with a lot of speed.
You could get the best trip. Number 6, Storm Daddy is next.
Yeah, a horse that would be a big surprise to upset this apple cart, but also a horse at times that can press the pace. At least last time showed more speed.
And trying to get back on track, here's the number 7, Stud Lovin'.
You get Luis Saez, a rider who understands the importance of position and should be in a good stalking spot from the outside.
That's the field for race 7. As you see 8-5 on your favorite, and we wonder how the pace might play out. For some more insight, let's go to Paul LaDuca live at Churchill. Hey, Paulie.
Hey, Keisha. It's going to be very interesting how this pace plays out. When you look at the racing form, yeah, there's a lot of horses that need to be forward in this race, and there's one horse that sticks out, like Mig said, Deer District, the 5 in here, that is actually a true closer. And, you know, he's kind of a true closer if you look at it, or, excuse me, yeah, he's kind of a true closer because he's not that great of a gate horse. It seems like he's gotten left in both of his starts. He's actually not kind of left. He just breaks sort of flat-footed, at least in his last 2 starts. Now, earlier in his career, I went back and looked at some of his turf efforts, and he broke just fine. I'm wondering, like, if the dirt, it's a little bit different, but his last 2 starts in the dirt, he just has not broke well. But he does get a ton of pace to run into. I thought he would be your favorite, but the public is going towards the rails. Zambezi was very, very impressive last time out when I was there at Oaklawn Park. You know, the time before that, he faced older horses, and he just ran into a really tough group, and he ran a solid race. And at 8-5, I just don't know if I could take him at 8-5. I think Stud Lovin' on the outside makes a turnaround in here. If you look at Stud Lovin', this horse wired a field, and Mike Maker's horses don't really fire first time out or show a ton of speed, and then came back and went on the Kentucky Downs turf and kind of rated and almost won there. Came back in his 3-year-old debut and showed a ton of speed. Probably was very, very keen that day. And if you look, he was only basically right there with your favorite, Deer District, till they got to, you know, a little bit later in the race, and he sort of just went away as the pace went away. So I'm with Mig. I think that Luis Saez, he's going to play the break. I think he's naturally the fastest horse in the race, the 7. If he can clear and cross over, okay. If not, he can maybe sit out in that 3-hole and try to keep a couple horses boxed in like Zambezi and maybe Deer District, or keep at least Deer District in his rearview mirror.
All right, Paul, thank you. We'll see how it plays out. 7-5 right now on Zambezi, and that pace really is going to be the deciding factor in here. We'll see what Stud Lovin' does from the outside, but with Midnight Taxes, especially Lark's Mischief and even Bohemian Bow, could be pretty quick early. It feels like plenty of pace signed on here. And one thing we see at Churchill, we saw it at Oaklawn, riders will allow their horses to use their speed. Race 7 coming up beneath the Twin Spires. Here's Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Storm Daddy breaks in stride. Bohemian Bow is there. Stud Lovin' from the outside. Lark's Mischief and Midnight Taxes is up there too. Scramble on early. 4 across the track. Bohemian Bow down inside. Lark's Mischief right there. Stud Lovin' on the outside out in 3rd. Storm Daddy racing 4th. Zambezi. Not the best of starts. 5th and down toward the rail. Then it's Deer District, and now the trailer is Midnight Taxes. 4 furlongs to go. Opening quarter. Swift 21 and 1/5 seconds. Far turn. Bohemian Bow short lead. Lark's Mischief right there. Stud Lovin' comes on 3 wide. 2 lengths back, Zambezi 4th and toward the rail. Deer District is wide on the track. Right there to Storm Daddy, and at the back is Midnight Taxes. Coming for the top of the stretch. Bohemian Bow wide off the turn. Zambezi comes up the rail. Stud Lovin' is there, and Deer District draws into contention, takes over, and takes off for the wire in just a few strides. Look at Deer District finish. 5 lengths in front with a 16th to go. Zambezi up into 2nd. Bohemian Bow and Midnight Taxes. Deer District, wow, wins by 7 lengths. Zambezi 2nd, tight for 3rd there. Bohemian Bow or Midnight Taxes.
Deer District, he definitely got the pace to run at today, and Dale Romans continues his big hot streak with a very impressive son of Oscar Performance.
Yeah, projected to be a fast pace early. They went the first quarter in 21-1, so they were rolling right along. That's even fast by Churchill Downs standards, and Deer District was the most pure closer in the race, and boy, was he impressive. He finished strongly under Martin Garcia to give Dale Romans his 2,159th win.
A lot of wins for sure. Deer District with the victory. Impressive son of Oscar Performance to get the win, bringing prices. More live racing from Churchill and Belmont after this.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside. Right a hole of Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Whatever you use to predict future stallion success, breathe slowly and gaze at the desert's first great championship race. Curlin won it. So did Street Cry, Arrogate, and now, in a time even faster than Arrogate's, Mystic Guide. The cold hard fact is, after this, he was rated the best horse in the world. Mystic Guide. New to Darley.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by NYRA Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime on this Memorial Day weekend. Of course, check out NYRABets.com or download the app today. 7th race at beautiful Belmont Park is coming up next. 1 mile and an 1/8 on the main track for 3-year-olds and upward in this allowance race. Currently the number 4. Galt, Richie, is 9-5, as he is the full brother to Songbird, who was so talented on the racetrack. And while he's not up to that level yet, he is an interesting layer to this very intriguing 7th race.
I loved his last race. I thought it kind of signaled that he was rounding back into form. Horse that showed a lot of promise, was actually on the Derby Trail, and he had that unfortunate accident in the Fountain of Youth, where he was part of a 3-horse spill that day. But I thought this was a really big effort from him, and he was able to outgame Tonal Impact, and neither one of them could get to Uncle Moonlight, who just was very good on the day, Uncle Moonlight. But I like the way Galt finished.
Galt, who comes off of that 2nd place finish, Tonal Impact closing on the outside. That one tends to come from very far off of it. They will rematch in here today, and this 1 mile and an 1/8 race, you can make a case for a lot of them. For some help, let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
Yeah, contentious field here, Acacia. As we'll check in with your favorite, though, Galt. And you couldn't find 2 full siblings that look more alike, as he's just the male version of Songbird, even coming down to the unique white markings on their face, that kind of broken stripe that they both have. And I really like this horse. He just continues to do well year after year. He continues to grow and get bigger. He's such a handsome horse, and he's incredibly fit. Now third off the layoff, having been able now to string these 3 races together. I liked his effort last time. He's striding out incredibly well here in the paddock, and the extra ground, extra furlong, is going to help him. As we'll move on to the other horse that looks great in here, and that's number 2, Curbstone. But weirdly, this guy has never gone around 1 turn. He has only, no matter if it's turf or dirt, around 2. And knowing this horse is he's just kind of a grinding type. There's not necessarily gears, there's just 12s. Da-dun, da-dun, da-dun. So I'm wondering, does he get a little run off his feet here going the 1 turn? I don't know. It's kind of a big question mark of, is he going to respond the same to this configuration or not? As we'll also take a look at the horse who's coming back off of a quick turnaround. That's number 5, Back Ring Luck, coming off the week rest. This horse checks every box and then some when analyzing a horse off a short rest. He is bouncing on his toes. His weight looks fantastic. He has been like this the entire time in the paddock. And David Jacobson, he wins races when he strikes when the iron's hot. And I know this is a step up. He was beaten by the 3-2 favorite Business Model last time out, but maybe it's a vote of confidence for how well this horse is doing, Acacia.
He's 5-1 right now. Maggie, thank you. Just beaten a nose last time out behind Business Model, and looked like he had the race won, Richie. That was a tough beat, and Irad Ortiz will climb aboard this one today, as Maggie said, on that quick turnaround.
Yeah, usually horses that have that quick turnaround off such a hard effort, I'm not a big fan of. But the fact that he is so lively, so on his toes, every horse is an individual. Some horses handle it different than others. He just ran so hard, and to get nipped like that.
And as a trainer, when you're deciding to bring a horse back quickly, you look to see, do they dig into their feed tub? Are they acting well? Are they doing everything normally? And if they're showing the trainer that sign, like Maggie said, striking while the iron's hot, if he's doing well right now, they're going to take advantage once again. More on him in a moment. We'll meet the rest of the field, starting things off with the 1 Tonal Impact.
Just a hard-knocking, consistent son of Tonalist. Don't know that he's going to get the kind of pace that would help his late run.
In great form right now, here's Curbstone.
Big fan of Curbstone, big stay-in kind of horse. I think being forward is the key to him being successful around this 1 turn, 1.125.
On his toes, here's Systemic Change.
Horse comes off of back-to-back nose victories and showed that penchant, that willingness to fight.
Galt, the full brother to Songbird.
Good-looking brother to Songbird, and I think he's rounding back to form.
And Back Ring Luck.
I think he winds up to be the speed here, especially going a 1.125 off the quick turnaround. And you brought up something, trainers looking at horses off an effort like that. Do we run back quickly? I think the biggest gauge, the biggest barometer, is how are they eating? Did they back out of their feed tub? Did it make them kind of, almost a little bit tired off of that effort? When they jump back in their feed tub, that's a great sign.
Right. There's the number 1 Tonal Impact. He would love if there's a hot pace for him to run at in here, but maybe the guy on his back is going to make all the difference. Jose Ortiz, who's already had another good day riding here, but yesterday a 4-win day, including the feature in the Grade 3 Soaring Softly.
Yeah, and just watching Jose ride, he just looks so comfortable, so relaxed. His confidence level's so high. He's making all the right moves, but most importantly, he just looks like he's enjoying himself.
Yeah, he's having fun doing it, as he should be, especially when you're winning all these races. As Jose Ortiz, again, coming off of a big afternoon yesterday. And his brother with 3 wins, Irad Ortiz. So 7 out of the 10 races yesterday were won by the Ortiz brothers.
Listen, they're both so terrifically talented. They share the same agent. Steve Russian's doing such a great job for them. And they came here from graduating the jockey school in Puerto Rico as good young riders. They have just continually improved and honed their craft.
There's Jose giving Tonal Impact a big warm-up. Again, this horse, he's a talented runner. It's just that he tends to come from so far out of it.
Yeah, his style is to be more of a closer, and I just don't see a tremendous amount of speed sign on here. Curbstone should be forward, but I do think the 5 Back Ring Luck is probably your main speed.
There's the number 2, Curbstone. He is a horse that I thought Maggie brought up a really interesting point. He's always gone around 2-turn races. And we'll take a look at his last win at Aqueduct, going the 1 1/8. So he has a great record at the distance, 3 for 4. But a 1 1/8 at Aqueduct is different than a 1 1/8 at Belmont.
Yeah, 2-turn races, they jump out of the gate, they run to the first turn, and then things moderate, and the race slows down in the middle. A 1-turn 1 1/8 with that long run, basically 5 furlongs to the far turn straight away, the pace tends to pick up as they go. But I do feel like Curbstone's strength is his stamina. He looks like a true stayer to me. So I think it's important for him to be forward and Manny Franco to lean on that stamina and allow him to gallop forward.
There he is. Manny Franco will be back aboard. They'll try to win 2 races in a row on him. There's the number 4, Galt. As the good thing about Galt is that, yes, he is more of a closer, but he has the ability to be a little bit more tactical if needed. We saw him, as you mentioned, trying some races on the road to the Triple Crown last year as a 4-year-old. He came back off of a layoff. He said 2 races, last year as a 3-year-old. He said 2 races now as a 4-year-old, and that last race really seemed like he took a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I felt like the last race signaled that he's coming back around into, maybe the promise that he once showed. God, it's hard not to like this guy, just watching him warm up. I mean, the way he frames up, bows his head.
He's so pretty, isn't he?
He is.
I know you're not supposed to describe horses as pretty. That's not our job, but he's really pretty.
Well, listen, pretty is as pretty does in racing, right? That's a good-looking horse.
That's a really good-looking horse. For more on these warm-ups, let's go back to Maggie.
He's freaking gorgeous, guys. I mean, this is a horse that you put him in any kind of discipline and he's going to win any onlooker over, because he's just so appealing to the eye. As I really like what I'm seeing from Galt. He's moving so well, as he always has, but I feel like, and I know pretty is what pretty does, and he hasn't really lived up to some of the pedigree that stands on the page, but still, I think today is the day. I think just being able to get these consistent races back to back leads to a victory today. And it's interesting, Mig, bringing up the pace in here. Let's talk about the horse that it impacts the most, tonal impact. And Jose Ortiz did the right thing by this guy. I mean, really warmed him up. Huge gallop over to the backsides, kicked his legs out of the irons now. And there's no reinventing the wheel with a 5-year-old who has 23 starts under his belt. But I think he did it to say, hey, let's not get too far out of this here today. He is one that is just a lightly framed individual, and I'm used to Linda Rice horses carrying a lot of condition, and I have seen him carry a bit more, and I'm talking, specifically about him as an individual than what he is today. So I'm not sold on him, but definitely a better warm-up than what he showed me back in the paddock. A Systemic Change, he's kind of the younger one, the less experienced of the crew, and I just feel like he's meeting some better horses here. Yeah, there's upside with him, don't get me wrong, and he's a generous 5-1 for, obviously really, really good connections, but I just felt like at this point in time, he's still a touch below many of these in here, Acacia.
Fair enough. Maggie, thank you. Broke his maiden just 2 starts ago, then came back and won that allowance on a wet track over at Aqueduct. Systemic Change, as he'll try to continue his good momentum now and try to make it 3 in a row. But as Maggie said, he's going to meet some tough veterans in here.
Yeah, I agree with Maggie. He's going to have to take a big step forward, I think, to compete with some of these. This is a pretty salty, smart, short, but select kind of field. Right. But I do like that Systemic Change has shown that kind of street fighter mentality when he gets in a brawl, right? Finding a way to get his nose in front.
He's been very game in his last couple of races and really seemed to turn a corner when he got to go a distance of ground. And Flavien Prat will be aboard as Manny Franco sticks with the number 2 Curbstone in here, 2-1 on Galt. Maggie picked the pretty horse on top.
Well, I think part of it is she's just reluctant at times to pick her husband's horses. I pick up the mantle for her. I'm picking Curbstone. I'm a Curbstone fan. I just love a big galloping horse like him, and I was very impressed with some of his races at Aqueduct.
Curbstone now 9-5 favoritism going back and forth between the two of them. There is the late closing Tonal Impact. This is a fun race. I know it's a compact field, Richie, but you can honestly make a case for any one of them.
Nobody would surprise you to win this race, really. I think it's a really competitive race. Also, reading in the Racing Form, some of Tom Morley's comments about Curbstone, that potentially using this as a prep for the Suburban. Tom and Maggie had their good filly, Granny's Connection, win earlier today impressively at Monmouth Park, she's compiled a very nice record as well.
She's been really fun to watch, and some big things in her future. We'll see if Curbstone can keep his good momentum going as they approach the starting gate. Talk a little bit about the dynamics quickly, Richie, of where the gate is starting for 1 1/8 and how you'll see races play out.
You're way up in the chute, backed up to the training track, and you're going to break and go almost 5 furlongs completely straight away. Horses tend to build up momentum on those straightaways, and the race tends to pick up in the middle. It'll be interesting to see what these fractions are.
A fun, competitive 7th race. We'll find out how it plays out. Johnny I has the call.
And they're off. From the outside, it is Back Ring Luck. Systemic Change is in between horses as a Galt now gains along with Curbstone. So it is Systemic Change on the inside, Curbstone, and on the outside, Galt. The three of them are right together here in the early going. They've made the crossover now from the chute to the main track. And it is Curbstone who now takes the lead. Curbstone with a head in front of Systemic Change. Galt in the clear on the outside and third through a quarter in 23 3. It's a length and a half. Back to the two trailers, Back Ring Luck and Tonal Impact. Curbstone in front here by a little more than a length, with Galt racing in second, and now Tonal Impact advances down at the rail. Tonal Impact right alongside of Galt. Their heads apart second and third, and right behind Curbstone. Curbstone ran the half in 46 3/5 seconds. Curbstone by a length and a quarter. Galt is second by a neck. Tonal Impact down at the rail. Back Ring Luck is on the move, and now within 2.5 lengths of the lead. Systemic Change has dropped out of it. As they race midway around the far turn, it is Curbstone by a head. Galt on the outside in second. Back Ring Luck and Tonal Impact. They are right together, third and fourth. 3/4 went in 1:11. Curbstone now being asked for more. Galt is right there on the outside. Tonal Impact will go to the outside for the run into the stretch. It is still Curbstone and Galt. They are 1-2. Tonal Impact in third. Back Ring Luck has dropped back, and now they're moving for the 8th pole. Curbstone down at the rail. Tonal Impact on the outside. Tonal Impact now to the front. Tonal Impact takes over the lead and is in front as they come on for the finish. Tonal Impact and Jose Ortiz. They won here by better than 3 lengths. Very tight for second between Curbstone and Galt.
Number 1, Tonal Impact. Jose Ortiz continues his stellar weekend as Tonal Impact got some pace to run at today, Richie, and was able to close and kick away from this field.
He wound up getting ample pace to run at. There was more pace signed on than I thought there would be on paper. Curbstone went to the lead, was very game, switched to his right lead very early, ran pretty much halfway around the far turn on his right lead. Galt went after him. They had a pitch battle for second. I don't really know. I think Curbstone might have come back and got his nose down for second on the wire, but Tonal Impact, what a nice trip he worked out under Jose Ortiz. Kind of cruised up, saved all the ground, waited, pounced. Nice effort, Tonal Impact and Jose Ortiz.
Great ride, great trip. Tonal Impact with the big closing kick to get the win here. Picks up the 7th win of his career, the son of Belmont Stakes winner Tonalist, as we are now just 13 days away from the Belmont Stakes. Be here before you know it. The number 1 Tonal Impact, and it was actually the 2 Curbstone that just held on for second. 1, 2, 4, 5 in the 7th at Belmont Park. A battle for second, but no doubt about that winner.
And just to give you an idea, the 1 1/8 races at Aqueduct around 2 turns. Last time Curbstone, they went 48-1. Time before that, going to Monaco to 49-2. They went 46-3 to the half.
Quick.
basically 2.5 to 3 seconds faster.
That benefited this guy, number 1, Tonal Impact, with that big closing kick. Gets the win with jockey Jose Ortiz at 4-1. Bring you prices and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on our FS1 coverage. Glad to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon. We just saw a good group of allowance horses in the 7th race at Belmont going the mile and an 1/8. This Winner's Circle lead-in is brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital auction platform for thoroughbreds. Fasig-Tipton Digital, the newest from the oldest. Learn more at digital.fasig-tipton.com. Jose Ortiz with his 2nd win today after a 4-win day yesterday, and he's standing by with Maggie.
Yeah, he is the white hot rider here at Belmont Acacia. And Jose, I watched you in the warm-up with Tonal Impact, a horse that you rode last time, unfortunately unable to reel in a loose on the lead, Uncle Moonlight. But talk about the warm-up you gave him and the trip you pulled, because I noticed you kept him closer, and it wasn't like it was a slow pace today.
He's a very big horse. He's huge, so I want to make sure he was loose today. I knew he was going to go mile and 8 today. He's better than a mile. We run last time, and Uncle Moonlight took advantage of it. Kendry rode it great. He went to the lead, and he stayed there. It was a sloppy track, too. It was Speed's favorite, and I was very wide that day, too. I knew today from the one hole I was going to be able to save a lot of ground, and I was a little bit closer than I expected, but I knew they were going a little bit faster. But my horse was taking me there. That's the main thing. He was happy. He was in a good rhythm in the whole backside, and I was very happy passing the half of my pole. I knew I have a big shot to win him because I was close without using him. And before, in the last race, I had to use him every step of the way, and he closed it either way. So I knew today he was going to close.
On a horse like that is older, knows what he's doing, has won many races, can you almost feel that first few jumps out of the gate that, man, I think I might win this race?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes from the post fight, when they in the get-go, like they know, they settle, but they are sharp at the same time. That's the best feeling you can get. And he was settled. He didn't move at the gate. Our horse was moving in there, and he was ready for the door to open. And when he opened, he jumped well. He put me into a great position, and I just was the passenger out there. Linda's doing an amazing job with her horses. And, you know, we're rolling. We're having a good meet, so.
Yeah, 3 wins on the day for her, 2 for you. Do want to talk about yesterday soaring softly with you, Queen Picasso. She seems like she has a bright future. What kind of field did she give you?
Yeah, she's a very nice filly. Everybody knows. She broke really good, put me into a great position also. She just drew off in the stretch. I think she ran very fast. Time was fast, and then. I think she's nice. I think she has a bright future, like you say. It's very exciting. So hopefully she stays sound, the main thing. Christophe doing an amazing job, and she's a nice horse. I mean, hopefully, she keep improving.
For you, how nice is it to be back here at Belmont?
It's great. I love Belmont. It's my favorite racetrack. But like I always say, the main thing is the support I get from the trainers and owners here in New York. They help me to succeed, and my agent Steve is doing a great job.
Congratulations, huge weekend for you. Hopefully it continues to New York Showcase Day tomorrow.
Hopefully, thank you.
Jose Ortiz just riding so well, but also always, as he always has, Acacia giving credit where the credit's due, and that's to his horses and horsemen.
Yeah, you love to hear that. Class all the way, Maggie, Jose Ortiz, and you have to give it to both the Ortiz brothers and a lot of the riders here. I mean, yes, Jose and Irad, they ride a lot of horses. They ride a lot of really good horses, but they also work really closely with the trainers. They gallop horses in the morning. They're an integral part of the process and bringing horses along, like he touched on with Queen Picasso yesterday. You know, he rode her in her first race down in Florida, and oftentimes they're there through the progression too.
See, and I like that. That's the good stuff for a rider. You know, of course you want to win races, right? It's all about getting your picture taken, being in the winner's circle. But when you're a part of the team that helps develop a horse, it's so much more satisfying. Instead of coming to the paddock, riding a horse for the first time, winning, having that intimate knowledge and relationship with a horse and making the best it can be. And watching Irad and Jose Ortiz, they remind me so much. Irad is like Angel Cordero, and Jose was like Eddie Belmonte. They're really, you know, going back, if you look at it historically, those are the two riders they remind me of, two of the great Puerto Rican riders of the day.
I love that. As we turn our attention back over to Churchill Downs, race 8 coming up next. There's a look at the horses on the track, but more importantly, there's Harley, the lead pony, in the background. There he is.
Love a Harley sighting.
We love a Harley sighting. Of course, he is the iconic lead pony in Kentucky. This is a mile on the main track and first level allowance for 3-year-olds and upward. Let's check in with Paul LaTuca.
Well, Acacia, I think every little girl within the 50-mile radius has a pony or a little stuffed animal of Harley. I actually think that Harley might have drawn more fans to watch work out than Rich Strike did last year. But that's just my opinion. Harley is that popular here at Churchill Downs. Okay, let's get to the penultimate race here in this 9-race card. And again, Dale Romans and Martin Garcia, maybe they have the goods here with Floki's Flight. You know, this is a horse that is 3 for 4 over this racetrack. Now, I get it. He hasn't run a 1-turn mile, but his 2 races around 1 turn, he's won by 2.5 and 14.5 lengths. And he's 3/4 of a length away from being undefeated. It just seems like he did not take to the Gulfstream Park surface. And the crazy part, he's a Florida bred. Dale Romans kept on putting him in state bred races. You'd think they'd probably be easier spots, but he just loves it here at Churchill Downs, and he ran that field off their feet last time in fast fractions. He stopped the clock in 1:22 flat. Now, your concern is the quick turnaround, but he's on his toes, so I would think he's going to show some speed. Even though he's the 1A with a scratch to 1, he draws 7 in this field of 8. And I would think his main rival is, for all you George Thorogood and the Destroyer fans, bad to the bones. You know, this horse was good last time out, got Lasix. It was the 4th time this horse had gotten blinkers. First time in the Belmont barn, hadn't been seen since September. I thought ran well, especially from the rail, got bottled up a little bit and draws a good position. She'll be right outside of Floki's Flight in here, and maybe we'll be able to track in here. If I was going to look at some other horses in here, you know, I thought the 5 had a look in here, Cousin Larry. I didn't love the way that he looked on the racetrack. You know, debate putting the blinkers on. Tommy Drury's such a sharp sharp conditioner. The horse looked tremendous on the racetrack this Son of Flatter, so maybe that would be my long shot, but I do think this is between the two favorites here, the 1A Floki's Flight and the outside horse Bad to the Bones.
All right, Paul, thank you. Dale Romans looking for his own rolling double here with Floki's Flight after he won the last race impressively with Deer District. And just a reminder, this is where the cross-country Pick 5 kicks off this allowance race at Churchill, Monmouth, Belmont, Churchill, and Belmont. As far as that cross-country Pick 5 sequence is concerned, 50-cent minimum, and it's always a lot of fun. You get a lot of action in a short amount of time and get to cover a lot of ground.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the way Paul said Bad to the Bone. Paul's not bashful. He's not afraid of belting out a tune now and then.
I love when he belts out a tune.
Me too.
Yeah. I'm not going to belt out a tune. You don't want to hear that from me.
My voice is already
I was always a
compromised.
dancer who could maybe sing. I was not a singer who dances. I'm not a singer. Race 8 at Churchill.
I think you should let us be the judge of that.
Oh, I'm not singing. Absolutely not. There's only like 2 songs I can maybe sing. The 7, Debate, Paul touched on as a potential long shot, but the 1A, Floki's Flight, stretching out your favorite here. Loading in for race 8 at Churchill Downs. We'll send it up to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Mia Comet and York Tavern in Highway Robber. Graphic detail is there. Floki's Flight, and on the far outside, Bad to the Bones. Up the chute they go. Mia Comet and York Tavern to go head-to-head. Graphic detail, Floki's Flight, Bad to the Bones to the outside. They move up the chute and they cross over. Mia Comet continues to spar with York Tavern. Floki's Flight right there on the outside, racing third. Highway Robber advancing up into fourth. Right at mid-pack is Graphic Detail, 5th, Bad to the Bones in 6th, Cousin Larry, 7th, but only 2.5 lengths off the lead. The trailer is Debate. The opening quarter in 22 and 4, they head to the half-mile pole. And it's Mia Comet and York Tavern going head-to-head. Floki's Flight hovering to their outside and moving up now. Floki's Flight saunters up 3 wide and takes over the lead right in the far turn. Floki's Flight puts a nose in front. York Tavern and Mia Comet move with that one. Bad to the Bones, 4 wide and coming on. Graphic details right there. Highway Robbers buried at the inside. Debate and Cousin Larry. Quarter pole. Floki's Flight comes off the turn, opening up to lead by 2. Bad to the Bones runs up into second now. Graphic Detail third. Highway Robber fourth. 1 furlong remaining. Floki's Flight trying to see it out. Bad to the Bones up the outside. Graphic Detail coming up the rail. Final 16th. Floki's Flight desperate for the wire. Graphic Detail. Bad to the Bones. Gonna be a photo. Floki's Flight might have held on. Floki's Flight at a good bob right on the wire. Graphic Detail tried with Bad to the Bones. Highway Robber was 4th.
Desperate finish, and what a finish it was. Floki's Flight able to hold on with Bad to the Bones closing outside and Graphic Detail on his inside.
What a game effort here from 1A Floki's Flight. And she was taking challenges from the outside, Bad to the Bone, the inside, Graphic Detail, and she just kept sticking her head out, not wanting to be passed. Good strong handling from Martin Garcia, but what a game effort.
Really, really tenacious as Dale Romans and Martin Garcia strike again. They win 2 in a row. Big effort from Floki's Flight to get the win at Churchill Downs. So as mentioned, 13 days from today, the Belmont Stakes will be run right here at beautiful Belmont Park, the test of the champion. Unfortunately, no Triple Crown on the line this year, Richie, but we could have a really intriguing group of 3-year-olds going into the final jewel of the Triple Crown. As we take a look at the probables, some really talented racehorses, and this could be one heck of a race.
I think what we lose in the excitement of a potential Triple Crown run is a big full field of horses trying to win a very important race, an American Classic in the Belmont Stakes. And I think we're going to have a full field. I think there's a lot of ways you can go. I'm enamored with Tappan Trace.
I thought his work was excellent, as we see him in company with Classic Catch on the inside the bay. That horse was most recently 4th in the Peter Pan, and has run some good races too. Now, Tapit Trice, throughout his races, he's a horse that you need to keep riding, a real grinder, kind of bicycle horse, as you say. This workout was pretty effortless, though.
He's just cruising. I love the way he galloped into the stretch. The thing that you have to pay attention to, and what makes this work so impressive, is the gallop out and the way he continues. And if you look at his stride and the mechanics of his stride, 1.5 miles is going to be fun for this horse. I think he wants every bit of it. Look at how he levels off here in 8th past the wire. He continues out. He gallops out 7 furlongs in 125. He pulls up 1 mile in 138 and change. This was a sensational work.
He's a horse that truly was born to run in the Belmont Stakes. We're saying goodbye to our viewers on FS1. Our coverage on America's Day at the Races continues on FS2. We hope you'll stay with us.
It's By My Standards and spinoff By My Standards, the win, the Louisiana Derby. By My Standards has won the Women's Classic by 4.
By My Standards wins the Oaklawn Handicap. By My Standards attack. Rushing By My Standards to the wire.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Our program continues on our FS2 coverage, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. That man right there, Jose Ortiz, has had quite the weekend. 2 wins today already. 4-win day yesterday. We'll see if it continues. I'm your host, Acacia Kamal, pleased to be joined by champion jockey Richard Migliori. And Richie, we've seen Jose just riding in such a good groove right now, and that's been a conversation because it should be when a rider's riding that well.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, when you get to this level, I mean, there's so much talent in this jockey colony. What's going to differentiate somebody or make somebody stand out to other people? I think it's confidence. It's just knowing what you're doing is right, not second-guessing yourself, not questioning. That split second when you overthink something, that opportunity, that moment is gone. And that's the difference between riding good and bad.
Jose will be aboard the number 10 Not Far Now in this upcoming race at Belmont Park, the 8th race, a mile on the turf for the New York Reds, as we welcome in the 3rd member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, getting a good look at these runners. Look at a paddock report. Hey, Maggie, what are you seeing here for the 8th?
Thanks, Acacia. And the horse that has just won me over is a horse who doesn't have that many turf starts, but I think his turf form is actually pretty good, and that is number 3, Hush of a Storm. And he is one that in his first 2 races back off the layoff just didn't look that fit, was washy, and he is one that does tend to get himself a bit revved up as he's actually going to go out last here, or well, he's joining the crew now. They kept him away from the other horses until the rider got up, but I think he's always been a turf horse. He looks like a turf horse, and he just hasn't had that many opportunities. I think he'll ultimately be my pick in here. But number 4, that is Catch This Party. Excuse me. He's one coming back off of a layoff, and he's beaten a lot of the contenders in here. Mike Maker does not, weirdly, have great numbers with horses coming back off long layoffs in turf routes. He's always been an unassuming type. He's not going to shout his presence to you. He looks solid enough, but I do feel as though there's a little bit of a room for improvement from that fitness perspective. He just looks a little bit soft around the edges. As we'll move on to number 7, Frank's Art, who really benefited from that last race. He just didn't look fit that day. He's a lot tighter today. I'm just concerned about the stretch out and distance, where as he's grown, he's actually just gotten more stout and more blocky and built more like a sprinter. And furthermore, his demeanor suggests that he's one that would prefer less ground because he does get himself awfully revved up. Now, a mile might be A-okay for him, and he's run well going longer before, but I just wonder if he is actually better going a bit shorter, given the fact that he just seems to be so on the muscle, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Frank's Art, I completely agree with her. I've always felt Frank looks more like a sprinter, but we'll see. He has run well at a mile and a 16th in the past, in fact, finishing 3rd behind Catch That Party. And good notes as far as the fitness perspective with having had a race off that big layoff.
I'm a little interested in him. We'll get to him as we get to the post break.
We'll meet the entire field here, starting things off with the 1KP All Systems Go.
Coming off a layoff, big price here, gets a good inside post.
Here's the number 2, Boss Making Boss Moves, back to the grass.
Yeah, back to the grass is one lone turf try, left a little bit to be desired.
The sibling is a 5-time turf winner. Doing the post parade today, here's the number 3, Hush of a Storm.
Yeah, interesting horse, a horse that seems to handle any surface. He's run well on dirt, synthetic, turf. He's yet to win on the turf, but I agree with Maggie. I think his turf form's okay.
Number 4, Catch That Party, first start of the year.
Yeah, listen, he makes a lot of sense, ultra consistent performer, but you have that layoff to deal with. Do you trust he's ready to fire off the bench?
Another one who has the layoff to contend with, Agent Creed.
Yeah, and again, I'm going to go with horses with more recency, but these are horses that have races that are good enough to make them contenders.
Coming off of a win that was back at the start of November, though. Here's the 6 Sundays with Sandy.
Showing good speed recently on the dirt, has 1 for 4 or lifetime on the turf. Would be a bit of a surprise to me.
Frank's Art stretching out.
Despite everything both of you guys say, which I think is completely valid, I like this horse because I felt like he had absolutely no chance. He was wide to nowhere last time, a turf trip that does not win.
Here's the 8 Battle Scars off a win.
Off a win, deep closing type. Would like to see enough pace on. Does he going to get that kind of pace here? I'm not seeing all that kind of pace signed on here.
He's 10-1. Barrage is next, off a bit of a freshening since January.
Yeah, a horse that can show speed at times with slow paces, though.
Here's the number 10, Not Far Now, Jose Ortiz in the saddle.
I think this is most likely your speed here. This is a horse that consistently puts himself forward.
Also cuts back a little bit from that mile and an 8th try last time out. Here's Ghost Giant.
Get Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez for Dave Donk. Horse had a tune-up sprinting last time coming back from South Florida.
That's the field. We'll head back over to the number 4, Catch That Party, who's now your favorite at 2-1. He is a horse that has run well, good races in the past, but he does have that layoff to contend with, and Maggie touched on Mike Maker bringing horses back off turf routes. Just 1 for 24, which is surprising when you consider how many horses Mike Maker runs on the turf. But that being said, sometimes you have to give them a race to plan for some of the bigger races down the line.
And one thing you notice about Mike Maker's horses, too, they tend to carry good weight. His horses aren't the thinner greyhound types, right?
They carry their weight.
They carry their weight. And usually those type need a race to get to their best. Not that they can't win,
Right.
but to actually get to their best having one race off the bench.
This is the most recent race for Catch That Party. Barrage and Battle Scars also in this race too, back on November 11th. All of them navigating layoffs in here. Battle Scars has been running all along, but Barrage and Catch That Party have not run since this day. And Catch That Party just missed by a nose this afternoon.
Yeah, coming from well back this day and kind of settled. You see a little bit of a propensity to want to lug in a little bit. Jose Ortiz aboard this day, having to just ever so slightly continually correct him. When you get beat a nose, you go, gosh, I wish I didn't have to correct him. Maybe I could have got there.
Right. And I remember even in his last win back in September, if you watch that race back, you can see down to the wire, Brad Ortiz almost kind of stands up in the irons. And I remember speaking to him after the race, and he said he was starting to drift a little bit. I was trying to balance it and keep him straight because it was so tight with him and Citizen K down to the wire that day. And he said, I didn't want him to drift and have us end up being disqualified.
Well, and it's such a balancing act, just what you're saying. You're walking that line. You want to keep your forward momentum, but at the same time, you can't allow them to go over the line and impede a rival. And to correct them and go forward at the same time is not an easy task.
Especially when you're dueling with another horse down to the wire. The number 10, Not Far Now, looks to be your speed. He comes out of an odd race, as he looked to be the one who was really going to be pressing last time out. QF 75 was able to wire the field, and he came back pretty quickly and did not fire the other day. But out of that race, Inflation Adjusted did come back to win yesterday, I believe it was. But Not Far Now was not asked to go forward in that last race. So we'll take a look at his race 2 starts back in March. But I really think it's interesting because, A, 9 furlongs last time is just too far for him. And he was not handled aggressively in his most recent start.
No, when you're relegated to that position of chasing a horse that's got some quality like QF 75 does, it kind of tugs the heart out of you, if you will. I think he's better when he's allowed to go forward, and I think in this race he's found a spot that he could certainly take advantage of that. Now, that being said, I was not enthralled with his warm-up. I did not like his energy level whatsoever in the warm-up.
Not Far Now, the 6-year-old. We'll see if he can turn things around at a big price. We'll head back downstairs, checking again with Maggie.
Taking a look at a few prices in here. Sometimes you look at form and you're like, well, this horse probably just isn't good enough. And several of these have finished in front of him on multiple occasions. But then you go back and you're like, well, maybe he's just getting good. Kind of what I think about number 8, Battle Scars in here. I know he's a 5-year-old. He's kind of showing us what he is, but I just feel like he's in a groove right now. And boy, did he warm up well for Kendrick Carmouche. I love what I'm seeing from him, just physically, the way he's moving. I love the mile for him. Obviously, his record would indicate that as well. Having a record of 4 starts with 2 wins, because he's a little bit smaller in stature and he's just true kind of miler frame. So I like what I'm seeing from him, and he's a generous price at 11-1. I know the Atras Barn not going as well as Aqueduct, but sometimes that happens when waters get a little deeper and your horses start to run out of conditions. I still like Battle Scars though. As we'll move on to number 5, Agent Creed. He's another one. I'm not sure about his talent level, but he does look really good coming back off the bench. Granted, he's always been a good-looking type. Now, do pay attention. Richie can kind of talk about it a bit more. Going back to his race 2 back, I know they put blocks in the gate with this guy, so he doesn't kind of back up onto the doors. Richie, what is your experience as a rider when they put blocks? And I don't know if they're going to do it today, but it was something I did notice that they did 2 back.
A lot of times, Maggie, they'll put those blocks for a horse that wants to lean back or sit down a little bit, right? So the blocks will almost kind of put a little bit extra support there where they won't try to sit down quite as much, and they'll stand up square. You know, for a horse to break well, Acacia, they have to be square. You're talking about a 1,000-pound animal distributing weight on 4 legs. If they're shuffling around or sitting down or leaning left or right, they have to readjust before they can jump. That split second, that's how you get left.
You did a great piece on breaking from the starting gate, and you talked about not so much even the going forward, it's the balance and the preparation.
Yeah, it's you have to have a horse square. so they don't have to reset or readjust. You want them to be able to go forward as the doors open.
Right.
We did have a late scratch here of the 10.
Yep. And you had mentioned some concerns about that warm-up, and the number 10, Not Far Now, will be a late scratch. And that does change the race as far as the dynamics are concerned, given his early speed.
Well, I think if you're looking at this race on paper, and I did not like the way this horse was warming up, and obviously Jose Ortiz felt something that he didn't like as well. If I'm on the 7, Frank's Art, and I know Christoph likes his horses usually to cover up and settle, I'm calling an audible, and I'm probably going to let him go to the lead and hope he throws his ears up and rates on the lead for me.
And he's a high-energy horse, Frank's Art, too.
Sometimes, though, horses like that, when they clear off a little bit, they'll wait on their competition a little and kind of give you the bit back, and they settle better. So when you hear, well, he was on the lead, but you could be on the lead and be rating along as well.
Right. We'll see how it plays out as far as the pace now with that late scratch, again, of the number 10, Not Far Now. 7-5 on the 4, Catch That Party. We'll see if he's ready to roll off the layoff despite those numbers for Mike Maker in turf routes. Coming back, the number 3, Hush of a Storm. The top pick for Maggie. Richie going with the 7, Frank's Art, hoping he's a little bit more aggressively handled now by Manny Franco.
Full disclosure, I picked the 7, I bet the 7 with my Naira bets, but I bet it made an exacta box with Maggie's play because I can't leave Maggie out.
Well, best of luck to both of you if we get some good prices here, and you should, with all of the money going to that number 4, Catch That Party. They load into the starting gate, again, late scratch of the 10 on the turf for race 8. New York Reds in the spotlight. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
Waiting for Catch That Party, Agent Creed and Ghost Giant. They're in the gate. And they're off. The favorite, number 4, Catch That Party, just walked out of the starting gate and trails the field. Hush of a Storm is the early leader here. Down on the inside, Boss Making Boss Moves, and on the outside, it is Ghost Giant. Ghost Giant in second. Boss Making Boss Moves is next in third. Then Frank's Art racing in 4th, followed by Agent Creed in 5th. Barrage is in 6th. KP All Systems Go in 7th. Battle Scars runs in 8th. Then it is Sundays with Sandy, and after that, slow beginning. Catch That Party is the trailer in 10th. The quarter went in 23 and 2/5 seconds. Hush of a Storm steps away here to lead by 3 lengths. Ghost Giant in second. Big Long Shot, Boss Making Boss Moves down at the rail in third. And then it is Frank's Art in 4th, followed by Agent Creed in 5th, and Barrage, the half mile in 47 seconds. Hush of a Storm, the leader here by 1.5 lengths. Ghost Giant still in second. Boss Making Boss Moves still in third. On the outside is Frank's Art, who begins to move now. Then it's Agent Creed and Barrage. Sundays with Sandy looking for a way through, had a steady there. And on the far outside, it is Catch That Party, who's trying to get involved here as the field comes into the stretch. Hush of a Storm with the lead. Ghost Giant down at the rail is Agent Creed. On the outside, coming on here is Barrage along with Catch That Party. But can they catch Hush of a Storm? No, wire to wire, Hush of a Storm. Then Barrage and Catch That Party.
Hush of a Storm able to take them every step of the way, as we've seen time and again. Richie, when doesn't appear to be a lot of pace in the race, Flavien Prat says, okay, I'll take advantage of that, and it wins him races.
And he gets horses to run so comfortably up into his hands, and he gets so balanced and efficient, and you knew this horse was going to be a handful. Now, he went after him with a left-handed crop. He drifted a little bit.
He was swapping leads a few times in the stretch there.
Now, does he bother Agent Creed slightly there? It looked to me like he was just clear of him. He did have to take up a little bit Agent Creed, but a nice effort by Hush of a Storm. Good ride by Flavien Prat. Bill Murray, just a really welcome addition to the New York scene. Great call by Maggie. And let's give Catch That Party a little bit of love here. He got completely left at the start. Amazing that he was able to finish as well as he did.
Ended up finishing third. Barrage made a little bit of a menacing move on the outside. Right there, you can see it as Hush of a Storm switches back to the left lead. Right there is when the number 5, Agent Creed, has to steady a little bit. Swapping leads again is Hush of a Storm. I almost think it's that Joel Rosario and Agent Creed were trying to go up the inside. I don't know how much room there was. It's hard to tell from that angle. He was wandering a little bit, Hush of a Storm, but it's a little bit tough to tell from that angle.
I think he always had room. It's just a little hard to judge if he's going to keep coming. It's like driving on the Parkway, and you see somebody drifting over onto your lane.
Yeah.
Do you have faith he's not going to continue to come? Your tendency is to tap on the brakes or at least beep the horn, right?
It was the number 3, Hush of a Storm, able to take them every step of the way. Prices and more after this.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Flavien Prat, aggressive with Hush of a Storm, and it paid off. We've seen him do this before, Richie, when in this case, the speed was a late scratch, or just sometimes if other riders don't want to be aggressive, he takes full advantage.
He's a rider that's very comfortable with any kind of horse, but very comfortable going to lead. And I think that has a lot to do with what a good Judge Pacey is. And he really has a very good understanding of how fast or slow he's going, how much horse he's using. And one of the things that I don't think Flavien gets enough credit for all the things he does well, is just what a strong finisher he is.
really is, and that was on display here too, as Hush of a Storm was very game to hold on. $9 winner, 394, your favorite Catch That Party in third after missing the break and coming with a late run. Some generous prices so far in the sequence. Good luck if you're still alive in the late pick 5 with one race to go. And it's not exactly the easiest way to wrap up the day either. A maiden claiming for the New York Reds on the inner turf. 13 days away from the Belmont Stakes to take place right here at beautiful Belmont Park on June 10th. And we're keeping our eyes on potential contenders for this year's Belmont Stakes. And Forte, the 2-year-old champion, a horse that would have been the favorite in the Kentucky Derby, scratched the morning of due to a foot bruise. And as a result, Richie was put on a 14-day vets list. That caused him to miss the Preakness. And in order to come off that list, he had to have this breeze, which we saw the other day, work in front of the veterinarian. There's blood tests that's taken. It takes about 5 days for those results to come back, and he has to be approved just like any horse would be in this situation.
It has to go through the protocols to be okay to be able to race. It protects the horse, it protects the riders, it protects the betting public. This was a very nice work. He did everything well. I don't think that Forte is the most generous workhorse. He's kind of laid back, does what he needs to do. But much like Tapit Trice, got that big gallop out that we come to, equate with Todd Pletcher's horses. It wasn't as visually impressive to me as Tapit Trice's, but he also pulled up a mile in 1:38 and change.
He was working in company with Aberdeen. Maiden still has just run once for Todd Pletcher. He finished second in that debut, but pulling away from his competition, a regular rider, Irad Ortiz, aboard. And if he goes to the Belmont Stakes, it will be his first race since his win in the Florida Derby on April 1st. And yes, I know that he was tuned up for the Derby. He didn't race that day, and while he's been training all along, as a trainer, as a horseman, you work backwards from your races. So I still think that there'd be a hurdle for him to overcome.
Well, his whole schedule has been thrown into disarray.
Yes.
And it's a huge task to get 1.5 miles against Top Flight Company off of that extended of a layoff, particularly when you were pointing towards other races and it all kind of got blown up.
Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz, they won the Belmont Stakes last year with Mo Donegal. We'll see if they can do it again with Forte. You can catch all of that action in the Belmont Stakes for the first time ever on Fox on June 10th. Belmont Stakes. So excited for that. Of course, we'll continue following the potential runners. Back over to Churchill Downs, race 9 coming up next. It's the nightcap, maiden special weight, going 1 1/8 on the turf for 3-year-olds and upward. The number 8, Decanted for Mike Maker, is currently the favorite. For more, let's check in with Paul.
Yeah, Keisha, and Decanted is the one to beat in here. You know, Luis Saez sticks, and I thought this horse would actually be more heavily favored in the race. He is kind of in the will pays when it comes to the pick 4s, pick 5s. And by the way, if you are alive, a good luck as well. Hopefully you had a couple of the Dale Romans back to back. You know, Decanted ran last time in 1 1/8 at Keeneland, just gave it up a little bit in the stretch and maybe can clear this field. A lot of the early money's going to the outside runner, the 11 in here, True Quality. This one for Jonathan Thomas. Now, this horse debuted not too long ago at Indiana, and that was Indiana Premier Day where they had a ton of stakes races on the card. That's why you see Irad Ortiz Jr. was on the horse at Indiana Grand. And this horse absolutely, you know, he did not get off to a good break. He got pinched back at the start. He was way, way back, and he made a swooping move come flying down the stretch. So I just don't know how that race will play today on the comeback. You draw the 11 hole again, although we've seen some of the outside posts do well in some of these longer races. The 2 King Curlin, a player in here. I landed on the 1. I love the pedigree on the 1, the Cape Blanco on the bottom side. This horse still got bet when the race got taken off the turf. I had talked to Al Stahl before. He really likes this gelding by Hardspun. I really think with Corey Lannery aboard, you get 8-1, you'll save a little ground. I get it. The 9 and the 11 might be tough in here. The 5 Quality Chic's taking a little bit of money, but I'm going to go with Fireball Fund in here on the pedigree angle.
Alapa.
All right, Paulie, thank you. Interesting 9th race here. Quickly, Richie, there's a first-time starter with a big pedigree, Oscar Go.
Yeah, Oscar Go. The mares had 5 foals to try turf, 4 winners, and you just hope Oscar Go's not a snail.
Now I know why you wanted to talk about that horse. Loading in for the nightcap on the turf at Churchill Downs. We'll see how it plays out. Here's Travis Stone.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Even start. Decanted, looking for the lead. Quality Chic is there. Down toward the rail, Fireball Fun and American Only, and King Curlin is there too. Bias the first time. Quality Chic up for a short lead. American Only keeping pace, and Fireball Fun down toward the rail. American Only steps out to lead. Quality Chic's going to prompt from second as Fireball Fun is pulled back into third. Decanted moves up on the outside, up into fourth. King Curlin settles into fifth. Oscar Go racing 6th. Qualified covered up inside 7th. Self Rules in 8th. Truly Quality near the back in 9th. And at the back is Running for Joy 10th and last. Turning to the backstretch run. American Only in front by half a length. Quality Chic in no hurry to go by. American Only nursed on the lead. Opens up a little bit more there. Got an opening quarter and a sharp 22 and 3. Backed it down to a 47 flat half. So down the backstretch run, American Only trying to go wire to wire. Quality Chic is right there. Decanted is not far behind while third. Fireball Fun fourth and toward the rail, just 3 lengths off the lead. Truly Quality has made steady progress now, up into 5th and now 4th and coming on. And King Curlin is wide on the track but within range. Running for Joy with a sweeping move on the far outside. Qualified buried at the rail. They come for the top of the stretch. American Only turning for home with Quality Chic and Decanted. King Curlin comes on. Truly Quality in behind, needs to find a way through. 1 furlong to go. Wide open. Here's King Curlin. Decanted is there. Truly Quality muscles his way through toward the rail. Truly Quality coming after King Curlin. Qualified down the center. King Curlin's in front. Truly Quality can't get there. King Curlin got it. Holding on late. Truly Quality ran out of time. Qualified was third. Farther back, Self Rule, Quality Chic, or Oscar Go.
King Curlin with the win, muscles to victory, a son of the magnificent Curlin, of course, stands at Hillendale at Alapa, and King Curlin in his 3rd career turf start gets the victory.
Yeah, just with a relentless, long, sustained kind of run. Was hung out a little bit wide around the far turn, but just kept coming. That's kind of a benchmark of the Curlins, isn't it? Their ability to just use that big stride of theirs. Really nice effort from the 11 True Quality. Adam Beschizza was able to save ground, got through along the inside, had dead aim, just could not get to King Curlin.
Yeah, 2 horses that had run well in their most recent starts. True Quality in that Horseshoe Indy race had finished 2nd, and King Curlin 2nd, going a mile and 3/8 at Keeneland last time out, but got the win today for Brittany Vandenberg. Built off of that last first start. His 2 turf races were both good, and turns out that he's a horse that can run on, it seems, turf and synthetic, but breaks his maiden on the grass, going a mile and an 1/8. It's 2:11 in the nightcap at Churchill Downs. Bring you prices in a bit. We'll also continue our discussion of the Belmont Stakes potential runners. Todd Pletcher could have another arsenal. He also has Tappet Trice training in preparation for the Belmont, and he put in a sensational work the other day.
Anybody going? 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Proud 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Firenze Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold on Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. Thanks for tuning in and spending your afternoon with us here on America's Day at the Races, as we are proudly brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa, standing such greats as Curlin, who we just saw a son of his take the last race at Churchill Downs. As we'll take a look at the nightcap here in New York at beautiful Belmont Park. We do have state-bred maiden 40s here on the turf, and we'll start by talking about the horse who is likely to be the favorite at post time, and she is now. And that's number 10, Orange Freeze, as she's your drop down in here. And I'll admit, I was against her on form. She really just has not done much running. Last time, a horse that was 48-1 was forwardly placed, where she was out the back after a bit of a tight and kind of messy looking start. But still, I mean, she was supposed to do a little more running than what she did first start back. But as I say, sometimes Christophe Clement's horses that start back their turf campaigns, that begin working out at Belmont, do tend to need a race. And I'll admit, she looks a lot better than what she did as a 2-year-old. She's grown. She's really filled out. She looks a lot stronger behind the saddle, too. So now, of course, laying eyes on her, I like her a bit more than what I had before. As we'll move on to the inside runner, Shopping at Bloomies, who does have a race under her belt too. And she got kind of a bit of a troubled trip last time in that, yeah, the first part of it worked out well, considering that Jorge Vargas was able to work out an inside position early from the 11 hole. But then around the turn, there was no urgency to get off of it, and she got stymied, blocked, steadied sharply as she approached the quarter pole as well. She looks great here. She looks happy, healthy, first off the claim here for Rob Falcone. I think she's pretty interesting, and we'll see as Jamie Torres climbs aboard what kind of trip he can pull with a filly that I think should be forward in here. Take advantage of your inside post position here, going this 1 1/16. Moving on to a wild card, shipping in from Tampa to Michelle Nevin is number 7, My June Bug. She decided to stay in here off the turf. She does kind of have that even galloping style, as they are going to keep her off of the walking ring here. Was a little bit obstreperous at first. So I didn't love the way that she went to get on the turf, but looking at her, she does look like a turf horse, to be honest. The Dam won one of her turf starts out of 3. There hasn't been much other production. West Coast is okay, but she has a massive turf host, slacker pasterns to her. Big, good-looking filly, too. I think she's a bit intriguing, as we will see Kendrick Carmouche climb aboard. It's just a blinkers situation. Michelle Nevin borrowing a pair of the Naira ones. Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Getting those blinkers on. And sometimes we do see this happen when a horse changes barns or ships in from another location. If they ran in blinkers last time and you don't report that you want to take blinkers off when you enter, you got to run in blinkers again.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just good for the betting public. They're betting with the information that's provided. So you can't have that last-minute change. Some people make their wagers earlier. They're not going to change them then. So very important that there's consistency with equipment.
And you see there's a paddock judge in every day, always at every racetrack, too, to make sure that each horse is wearing the proper equipment that they're supposed to have on that they're entered with.
Yeah, and if you want to make a change, you have to get okayed by the stewards. Explain the reasoning behind wanting to make a change, particularly if a horse has been successful with the current equipment.
There goes Kendrick Carmouche and My June Bug in the Belmont Park House Silks as well. Got the Naira House blinkers, so definitely representing, which is good that she's a New York bred. We'll meet the field, kicking things off with the #1, Denience of De Grace.
Yeah, just would have to improve off of anything we've seen so far, particularly the turf races.
37-1 on the board right now. Breaking from the rail will be the #2, Shopping at Bloomies.
Yeah, Maggie had good things to say about this horse, and I thought this horse had issues last time. Makes first start for Rob Falcone. Certainly a player.
Here's Derwin's Painter back to the grass.
Yeah, another one just feels like going to have to improve from the races we've seen so far.
Lone turf start, not too inspiring. Big price on the board right now. Next will be the #4, Carapara.
Yeah, I actually think give this horse a little bit of a look. Junior Alvarado takes the reins here, and the horse has had some races that would definitely nibble around the edges here.
5th last time out at this level and distance. Filly by the Factor. Next will be the #5, Let Me Drink.
Yeah, this horse ran well off the bench, and Bruce Levine's horses tend to run better once they have a race or two under their belt when they start a campaign.
Taking some attention to at 3-1. Here's the #6, Burnt Again.
I like the jockey change here to Manny Franco. No knock on Jason Wayas. Just, you know, apprentices going to journeymen on the turf. Turf's just a little bit tougher to ride.
#8, War Museum stretches out in distance.
Yeah, it's going to have to really turn it around from what we've seen so far.
Big price on the board at the moment. Bruce Levine sending out 2 in here. Next will be one trying the turf for the first time, Midnight Empress.
Yeah, you get the Hall of Famer Javier Castellano. No turf winners from the female side of the family, though, from the mare.
Here's the 10, Orange Freeze, your favorite on the dropping class.
Yeah, dropping down first time for 40. You get Joel Rosario, Christophe Comant. Maggie said, thought she saw some development with this one.
And out last, after that blinker confusion, here's My June Bug.
Yeah, adds, gets to the turf for the first time. The mare did have 1 win on the turf for herself.
That's the field for race 9, the nightcap. Here's the #5, Let Me Drink. Dylan Davis looking for his 2nd win today. Piloted this horse last time out. Frosty Invasion was a huge price who came closing late to get the win as there in the pink blinkers last time. Let Me Drink was a horse that had come off a little bit of a freshening, and you'll also get a chance to see that trouble Maggie touched on with Shopping at Bloomies. Right there.
Yeah, right there. I mean, basically, when the race is going forward, her having to steady and go backwards. Turf racing is so much about following that flow of horses, not getting caught in positions where you're going backwards when the race is going forwards. That's why I always talk about live cover, finding the horse you're going to follow, not looking to angle out too soon. It's a nice effort here from Let Me Drink. The owner, Tom Lemmy, Let Me Drink, like to play on words.
Yeah, very creative for sure. Filly by Mission Impassable. This filly will make her 2nd start off that little bit of a freshening as well. She's 5-2. We have a great crowd out today. I see a lot of people barbecuing, enjoying the lovely weather we've had on this Sunday at Belmont, and it's always great to see all the fans coming out to keep us company. Families involved as well.
Love seeing all those barbecue areas being used, filled up, people really enjoying themselves. And it smelled like somebody was baking cookies before.
It really smelled like chocolate chip cookies, and I'm hungry. Could use a cookie right now. The nightcap, let's get back to Maggie.
Don't, Acacia. Oh my gosh, you know they're my weakness, both of you. Cookies, especially the chocolate chip variety. I'm really hungry. Anyway, let's take a look at #6, Burnt Again, as she looked great in the paddock. Solid, really well muscled, 2nd off the bench. And really, she had a kind of taxing wide trip last time out, especially when the race really kind of picked up, where the second place finisher was the one on the front end, and she had to do a lot of dirty work. And as Richie said, she gets now the riding duties of Manny Franco on her back, and she just looks the part here. As you see, she is Richie's pick, as will take a look at the horse who at least won the warm-up award, and that's number 4, Cara Para. I've always kind of questioned what she wanted to do most as far as surfaces goes. At the end of the day, she's not very good. And I can't really love her on form. I thought her first race back to the turf was decent. And then last time, I thought she got a little bit headstrong down the backside, maybe wasn't always in the most comfortable positions. But I like what Junior Alvarado did with her on the track, guys. I mean, just kind of let her roll. She's really extending her stride nicely, and she's a decent price at 11-1.
She is. You'll get some value on her, Maggie. Thank you. We'll see if Cara Para can improve her third start of her form cycle and putting back-to-back races together on the turf. She's a generous price.
I think she's very old. You know, she should be a shorter price. Look at her start. 2 back. That was an open company made in 40. And that was with Junior Alvarado. She runs that race. She's going to be very tough to beat here. Last time, she didn't have that ideal turf trip, kind of just following from the outside. And there's like a no man's land with turf racing. And I just don't think being 3-4 wide throughout the far turn is a recipe for success in turf racing.
Yeah, not where you want to be. We'll see if she gets a better trip today. Junior Alvarado going to be back aboard. Orange Freeze continues to be your favorite. She's taking a drop in class, and that's a key because a lot of these have already been exposed at this level.
Yeah, and listen, it's significant. You're facing maiden allowance. You could be facing horses that potentially have much bigger races in their future. Maiden 40, you're kind of already figured out pretty much where they belong.
It's the nightcap on the turf from beautiful Belmont Park. Loading in one more time today. We'll send it up to John and Brielle for the call.
Of De Grace. And we are set for race 9. Number 7, My June Bug, backed out of the gate. Quickly back in, and the rider is off. Number 9, Midnight Empress. We'll have a slight delay. Javier Castellano back on the 9, and once again we're set. And they're off. And from the inside, it is Shopping at Bloomies out for the lead with Let Me Drink. Now moving up on the outside is My June Bug. Shopping at Bloomies is the leader. My June Bug is next in second with Midnight Empress racing in third. Let Me Drink down on the inside in fourth. In between horses is War Museum in fifth. Break of 2 back to Burnt Again. On her outside is the favorite Orange Freeze. Then it is Cara Para, followed by Denise of De Grace. And farther back in the field is Derwin's Painter in 10th. Quarter 22 and 4. Shopping at Bloomies leads here by a length. My June Bug is second by a half length. Let Me Drink and Midnight Empress, those two are heads apart, third and fourth. And then it is War Museum, who races in fifth, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Farther back is Burnt Again. And on the outside is the gray Orange Freeze. Orange Freeze now 6 or 7 lengths from front-running Shopping at Bloomies, who ran the half in 47 and 2. Shopping at Bloomies by a length and a quarter. My June Bug is in second. Let Me Drink down at the rail. As they come for the top of the stretch, it is still Shopping at Bloomies. Now Orange Freeze gets in gear on the far outside. Here comes Orange Freeze, and here comes Burnt Again. The two of them gaining ground. Burnt Again and Orange Freeze on the outside. Cara Para is now in with a chance. On the inside, it is Burnt Again, and on the outside, it is Orange Freeze. Cara Para now moves to third. It is Burnt Again, who has the lead as they come on for the finish. Burnt Again by a length and a half. Orange Freeze was second, then Cara Para and Let Me Drink.
Burnt Again, the number 6, a nice price at 6-1. Top pick by my co-host here, Richie Migliori. Well done.
Thank you. Just got a really nice trip under Manny Franco. Was able to save ground, thread his way through the field before angling out, and did it just before Orange Freeze could kind of, close up the gap on her, right? He just got that first run. So important in turf racing. Orange Freeze ran well, but the trip certainly made a difference with Burnt Again. Homebred for Jan Derschmidt. Good job for Dominic Schettino. Jan Derschmidt, there's 15 minutes from me on the old Jimmy Cagney estate.
Wow, pretty cool.
Hence they had a horse named Cagney.
All right, I like that. Now I know. 6'10", 4'5" in the nightcap at Belmont. The 10 Orange Freeze, as you mentioned, Burnt Again. She kind of got the jump on her. And Orange Freeze also a little bit early. She didn't look completely settled. She was in the 2-path, and you talk about cover, and it almost was like she kind of didn't really know what to do with herself early in the race.
Yeah, and listen, she's still a lightly raced filly. Her 4th start of her life. Last time she was never involved. Horses don't learn a lot when they don't get involved. Right. So I'm sure she'll improve off of that effort. But honestly, the difference between the winner and the runner-up and today was the trips.
And a great trip, a great ride by Manny Franco. Burnt Again getting the win here in race 9. A good price at 6-1 as well. Prices and more when we come back. We're almost done here on America's Day at the races. Burnt Again with the victory in the last race of the day. Stay with us for a little bit more on America's Day at the races.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet over 300 tracks anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Check out nairabets.com or download the Naira Bets app today. Into the winner's circle in the nightcap goes the 6 Burnt Again, top pick by Richie at 6-1. And she gets the right kind of trip with Manny Franco in the saddle.
And here's the key to the race right now. You get to save all that ground, and now here comes Orange Freeze on his outside, but he was able to already establish that path before Orange Freeze could get there and keep him trapped in behind tiring rivals. And it's such a balancing act, right? Saving ground, not tipping out too soon, but then tipping out before the outside closers can take your path.
So much finesse is needed too. You have to be smart, be committal, and especially on the turf too, there's a lot that can really happen as far as trips.
Well, I think what you just said is key, committing. You can't hedge and not make decisions. You have to be decisive and live with the result of those decisions.
$15.80 winner in the nightcap at Belmont Park, 6:10.4 in race 9. That wraps up the day as far as the races are concerned. Hope you hit the late pick 5, $7,000 for the return.
Wow, nice return here and good handicapping if you're able to come up with all 5 of these winners, all at decent prices. We didn't have one favorite in the sequence.
Pretty impressive, that's for sure. Well, Richie helped you out in the nightcap. Maggie helped you out in race 8. So hopefully you were able to get that sequence covered. Coming up, though, of course, all eyes will be on the Belmont Stakes, less than 2 weeks away. Here's a look at the potential starters for this week, next weekend, I should say. 2 weeks, 13 days away, Belmont Stakes. I'm getting ahead of myself. It's Sunday, we're racing Monday. I don't know what day of the week it is. That's what's the problem. Tapit Trice, though, he finished 7th in the Kentucky Derby, winner of the Tampa Bay Derby and the Bluegrass Stakes. He worked the other day, Richie, and he did it as easy as could be.
And this is just a sensational work. I mean, he's cruising into the stretch. Just, again, the mechanics of his stride, his efficiency, and his pedigree screams a mile and a half won't be an issue, where a lot of other horses, a mile and a half is just going to be out of their range. Keep an eye on him, Acacia, as he comes to the wire. The rider's going to ask him a little bit just as they get to the wire. And you could visually see him actually accelerate coming up in here and on his gallop out. And this was as good a gallop out as you're ever going to see. He goes out 3/4 in 12, 7/8 in 25, pulls up a mile in 1:38. This is his penultimate Belmont Stakes work. I always like to see that big work, the second out from the race. Now all they do have a maintenance move, keep him happy. This was a sensational Belmont Stakes work.
A big effort for Tapit Trice, who will look to be the 5th Belmont Stakes winner for his sire Tapit. Could potentially be the 5th Belmont Stakes winner for his trainer Todd Pletcher as well.
You think about Todd's record in the Belmont, even when he hasn't won, hitting the board, horses right there. And that goes back to how much foundation he puts in his young horses.
Now we have some sound on Todd. I know we heard something from Todd Pletcher on Forte. I believe this is on Tapit Trice, and this is Todd following Tapit Trice's work.
Yeah, Tapit Trice's strength is he's got a great way of going, a very efficient action, long stride, and he likes the main track at Belmont. He appreciates the bigger, wider sweeping turn. So we're hoping that he can get into the flow of the race and get into that rhythm that he has, and confident that the mile and a half is going to be to his liking.
Todd Pletcher in the Belmont. Here's his wins. Now, 4 wins in the Belmont, no easy feat, Richie. But he's also had a lot of horses finish well in the Belmont, too, throughout history. And he knows what an important race it is. And obviously, it's in his backyard.
And identifying the horses that are capable of staying the 12 furlongs. And he even won it with a filly, Rags to Riches. I mean, that tells you all you need, that he could identify that she would be able to do that, to get the mile and a half. I think it's a remarkable feat. And just looking at that still shot of him, of him getting his bath, Tapit Trice.
Yes.
And you could see the length of him, the scope, the size of him. He screams Belmont Stakes. He is 100% my Belmont Stakes pick.
He's a horse that has literally been born to do this, to run in a race like the Belmont Stakes. As far as some of the other potential runners, Red Route 1 for Steve Asmussen, Race Cane for Ben Colebrook, both of them planning to work tomorrow morning in preparation for the Belmont. Red Route 1, here he is, as he's a horse that's expected to breeze tomorrow morning, typically one that comes from pretty far off of it.
I like that picture. He looks a bit bemused, like, what's all the fuss about here? Son of Gun Runner, who's just been a sensational sire.
I love the stall shots. You really get a chance to see their personality.
Absolutely. And I just love when you see the clarity in a horse's eye, like this horse. He just seems like he's a very comfortable individual.
He is. For Steve Asmussen, 4th in the Preakness most recently. See if he can build off of that coming in to the Belmont Stakes. Well, it should be interesting to see who could add their name to the history books for this year's Belmont Stakes. Some big races tomorrow, though, too, Richie. Big Apple Showcase Day, the New York Breds in the spotlight. 6 stakes for the New York Breds, something for everyone, and it's like our old friends as we get a chance to see all these New York Breds in the spotlight.
I love these New York Showcase Days. I love the participation. So many of the breeders come out, the owners come out. They take such pride in the horses that they breed in the state of New York, and the evolution of New York Breds since I came around as a kid has been remarkable. Our horses win all over, internationally, Grade 1 winners. And years ago, you could pick the New York Bred out of the crowd. Now you can't say, well, that's a Kentucky Bred, that's a New York Bred. They look as good as anybody, and you probably can pick them out when they're in the winner's circle.
That's right. You just saw a New York Bred become a Grade 1 winner, Red Knight, in the Man o' War week or so ago. Tomorrow at Churchill, though, too, there will be some graded stakes action in the Grade 3 winning colors, and it features the return of Echo Zulu, who was a 2-year-old champion. She was absolutely magnificent as a 2-year-old, undefeated. She came back and actually ran quite well, despite not wanting to go that far in the Kentucky Oaks. We saw her facing older for the first time, and she finished second in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint behind the eventual champion, Goodnight Olive.
Yeah, listen, Goodnight Olive is a superior kind of talent. Very unlucky to lose her comeback at Churchill Downs, or her second start back, I should say, at Churchill Downs. I like Echo Zulu sprinting. You know, when a horse with that kind of brilliance that she possesses goes longer, you have to mute that brilliance a little bit, trying to get them to go those longer distances, take some of that speed away. I think her strength is her speed, and sprinting, she can flaunt it.
And she was coming from off the pace and the far outside post in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint last time out. She had to overcome a lot of adversity, and she still ran so well behind Goodnight Olive. Florent Geroux will be aboard for the first time, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of tactics they employ with her, but she's exciting.
You know, when you've got a filly like her, you don't have to send her, but you don't take anything away that comes easy. Allow her to use her stride. She's going to put herself in the game. I'm a big fan, but I hope they continue to focus on sprints with her.
Tomorrow, Big Apple Showcase Day. You're a New York Bred as well. We are racing that special Memorial Day card here at Belmont. Which race are you most looking forward to?
All of them, honestly, but the commentators, especially exciting because of the size of the field.
13 horses in the field and the commentator tomorrow. Our next show will be tomorrow on Monday, 12:30 to 6. Be sure to check your local listings. We saw some nice performances today. Closing late in the 4th race, Virtual Reality impressed to break his maiden, and in the feature, Tonal Impact, Jose Ortiz continuing his strong weekend run. We'll see you tomorrow on America's Day at the Races. Good night, everyone.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half-dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere. Surprise Boss, look at this effort.
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit WarDancerStud.com to book your mayor today.